I promised you some free courses, so today I'm dropping a total banger. This is one of the most best-selling courses that I've ever done. It racked over $150,000 in sales when it was on sale. Today it's gonna be completely free. This is the course about creating your very first design portfolio. And this one led to at least 600 people getting their first job because of those portfolios. And as promised, I'm releasing the whole 4.5 hours completely free on YouTube, with another course coming as soon as this video gets 1,000 likes and 300 comments. But before we get to the course, a couple announcements. Some of my courses are not going to be free, but instead they're gonna increase in price. So if you're thinking about learning web design or learning the very basic of component design, go grab the courses in the description right now before the price goes up. Also, if you're planning to work as a freelancer or a small agency, I have something called the Square Black Blueprint, which is my best work to date. This is basically me sharing all of the secrets, techniques, templates, documents, and everything that my company does the way it does it. And many of these things are pretty proprietary. And yeah, people are already reporting that their clients can't believe the quality jump that they got from this. This is not a course for beginners, this is for professionals. It's pretty expensive, but it's totally worth it because the actual worth of it is over $1,000. So I'm selling it for $150 right now, but it's gonna go up to $190 pretty soon. And if you haven't already, go check my free app for the iPhone. Because I'm gonna be talking about how I made it, how I made the interesting and different and weird and unique, delightful interactions in it, and my whole new process of designing on paper and then doing the high fidelity UI straight into code. This is the future of design, this is the future of beautiful, awesome experiences, and if you liked my app, be sure to leave a rating and a review on the App Store. This is gonna be a very busy month. We'll be announcing a lot of new upcoming things in the coming weeks, so stay tuned for that. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, and obviously, use the knowledge here to succeed. Those that paid for this course before are already ahead, but now everybody can get it for free. One thing to remember before you begin watching this course. This is like a blueprint for creating successful case studies, but you shouldn't copy everything from it one-to-one. Add your own unique twists and make sure to always write from the perspective of a storyteller. So make every case study a story of your approach. Write about everything that comes to mind. It's not about adding those specific sections that I add in this course in that specific order, because that will just lead to a templatized approach. We don't want that. It's not a template. It's a way of thinking about a case study. And I'm very happy to bring it to you for free right now. Hey friends, in this course I'm gonna show you a couple of tricks and techniques on how you can write a case study that's purely based on your initial UI design. So if you did some UI practice, you did some UI challenges, and you have a lot of screens that can form one project, I'm gonna help you create a case study out of this. But before we begin, let's talk about the why. Over the years, I have completed a couple of popular UX courses aimed at building a junior designer portfolio. My goal was to see how they guide the industry newcomers and what approaches are chosen for portfolio building. What I found was a little bit shocking. The importance of a portfolio with 4 to 5 case studies was pretty universal, but nobody was really pushing people to actually do them. However, to expand the curriculum and to make those courses longer so it justifies their price, they added a lot of unnecessary information and unnecessary filler. And there's very little focus on actually creating those case studies and how to help you create more of them, because they help you create one and they don't really push you towards like a framework of creating more. They also mostly push a very specific way to create your portfolio, but there is no one single good way to create your portfolio, and definitely you should not use the way that's an exact outline of what some course said, because if 40,000 people finish that course, there's gonna be 40,000 identical portfolios with identical boring case studies in there. You need to stand out. Because of the overly difficult jargon-filled approach that many educators take, their ideal case studies are presented as academic term papers that have every possible step of the process in them. To fill it up with more and more content, they sometimes even promote you add stuff to your case study that is only a part of the UX learning process and that's pretty much never used in real work. That makes the case study bloated, boring, and very hard to read and hard to understand. So I went and spoke to a couple of large international companies that hire a lot of designers, and I wanted to figure out what exactly do they want to see, how much of the information should be there, how long and how complex should the case study be. I also asked whether ticking boxes of a UX process was really what those companies were looking for, or was it mostly a simpler way for the UX educators to push their narrative. To balance things out, I also spoke to a couple of smaller companies that have designers that hire designers, but they have a slightly more generalist approach. And that part was skewed even more in the direction of a really different kind of portfolio. This research part is ongoing, and if anything changes in my findings, I'm gonna update this course for free with the new information. This industry changes from time to time, and there is no one single way of doing your portfolio right that was valid 7 years ago and that's still gonna be valid today. Let's talk about the goal. There are two main goals if you're a junior designer for you to have a portfolio, a successful portfolio. One is to get recruiters to be interested in you if you're looking for a job, and the other one is if you're freelancing to get clients. So to make it easier, your portfolio is primarily aimed at recruiters, clients, or both. Once we have that part established, let's do some math, very quick math. There's about 100,000 people joining the UX market every year. That means there's gonna be 100,000 portfolios and probably 500,000 case studies if people do at least those 5 that are really required to stand out. And it's gonna make it very difficult for the recruiters to process all that information because they're gonna have a lot of content to go through on a daily basis. They're gonna be reviewing your case study and your portfolio and then probably 20 to 30 others on the same day. Because we humans like taking shortcuts, it's really more than likely that they're not gonna read the entire case study. They're gonna quickly scan through it and they're gonna tick their own mental boxes, whether you have all the parts of the process that they need and how it generally looks like. They want to evaluate you as quickly as possible and as efficiently as possible. So if you have a super long case study, there is a chance that maybe 1% of those recruiters will read the entire thing, and only if they're really interested in it in the first place. So the question is this: what exactly are they looking for? Personas, empathy maps, UI designs, wireframes, something else, a 20-page document with 11 different research types in it. So when you move a rectangle in a design tool, because ultimately that's what it is, they want to know if you moved it randomly or if you took an informed, data-backed, research-based decision to do it. So the goal is not to check boxes. The goal is not to have personas, empathy maps, blah, 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 this, and that. The goal is just to prove to those recruiters as efficiently as possible that you design based on informed decisions and you know how to design, you know how successful design is being done. Now, how you let them know about it is completely up to you. But the problem with a big number of people completing classes and courses every year is that their portfolios and their case studies are going to look exactly the same. And even if your case study is perfect, if you took all the necessary steps and if you did everything right, if it looks exactly the same in terms of the narrative, the visuals and everything else as 50 or 20 other case studies that they've seen that day, chances are they might miss your genius. Some courses randomly generate projects and that's a better approach, but some have the exact same projects for everyone. So imagine having 20 applicants in a single day and they all did the same ride-sharing app or the same calculator app as their project. And all of those case studies have exactly 2 personas, exactly the same style of an empathy map, and exactly the same style of wireframes with just part of the process and exactly the same part of the process in every case. They also have similar amount of text for all the design decisions, so they wrote maybe 1 paragraph or maybe 2 paragraphs, and they sound suspiciously similar. Now there are 2 paths to UX, the more research-driven part and the more design-driven part. In this course, I'm gonna cover the designer route, the designer path, with enough research to back your design decisions. If you want to become a researcher, your case study should probably be even more research-oriented, but you could use still a couple of hints from this course to make it better. But just remember, it's primarily aimed for designers, not researchers. Many senior designers frown when they hear about a case study that was created after the high fidelity designs were made. They say it breaks the rules and it puts the process on its head. After all, you're supposed to research first, then do the personas, then do some other stuff, some wireframes, then research some more, and then the final UI designs should be the very last step of this entire process, not the very first one. I don't believe in this approach. As we already established, the goal is to show recruiters and clients that you design based on informed decisions that are backed by research. But it doesn't really matter whether they know the exact process that you took to arrive at the solution, or they know the exact way that you created the case study and what you started with. It's likely not a real product anyway, so who cares? They want to have an engaging and interesting story-based narrative around the case study, so it's easy to follow, interesting, stands out, and it's not boring, because boredom is the last thing that you want in your portfolio. And this might sound controversial, but your project itself is not important either. The only thing that the project and the case study around it is important for is to show how you made it, not why or not what you made. The how is actually gonna drive the decisions of recruiters and clients whether they want to work with you or not. So whether you like it or not, the UI, the key visual, the beautiful images on top of the case study is what drives attention, what makes people interested. Then, and only then, they continue deeper, they scroll down and they read more of the case study. The best case studies are wrapped in what I call a UI sandwich, starting with a nice beautiful key visual on the top. Then you have the rest of the case study, and we're gonna talk about the best parts of it that you should keep and parts that you can sometimes avoid. And then it ends with another visual, beautiful visual on the bottom. That kind of wraps the boring, too long, didn't read content in the beautiful UIs. In most cases, one of the key visuals or both are a grid of beautiful screenshots showing that you created quite a lot of different designs, because this is also what people are looking for. If you start with just one image of one screen of an app, it's gonna make them feel like you didn't do that much work. That's why those grid views of like multiple screens of the app, in a grid view, often a little bit diagonally, they are having this bigger, better effect, because that shows that you created a lot of screens, and people love ambition and people love dedication and motivation and all that hard work. They appreciate that, even if subconsciously. So once you have this visual on the top and the visual on the bottom, you need to write the rest of the case study in a way that when they quickly scroll through it, because trust me, nobody's gonna read the whole thing. When they scroll through it, they need to see that you did enough research, that your decisions are informed, so you know what you're doing. And that's all you need to prove. You don't need to check the boxes. You don't need to do the personas if they're not necessary for this particular project. But you need to have enough content or enough elements in the case study so it shows that those beautiful visuals are backed by something. This has been the intro to my mini course on how to write case studies for your UI work. In this course, you're gonna learn a lot of techniques on how to create additional research, how to do wireframes based on the high fidelity designs, how to outline the flows, create the diagrams, and create the whole case study in a way that people will believe you that you know what you're doing. And in some cases, it might actually require you to modify those initial high fidelity designs a little bit, because in a way, this is gonna be a research exercise. I believe that if you created a couple of beautiful UI shots, it's really a waste to not use them as a case study. And if you just have those shots in your portfolio, okay, they might catch some attention, they might be interesting to people, but without the case study, without the breakdown of what you did and why, it's not gonna really count for a lot of the recruiters. Hey, so we're gonna build a case study based on our UI work, and I have a couple of elements already in my Figma file, but of course you can use Adobe XD or Sketch. As you can see, I have two high fidelity mockups, one for the top and one for the bottom. I also have a background that I used in those mockups for the case study to actually be consistent with them. And this is completely optional, but I also have a couple of photos of myself to make that case study more personal. You don't really need to use photos of yourself, and you can completely skip that step. We're gonna work with something that I call a UI sandwich, which means that we're gonna start with one of the UI images and then end with the other. And I'm gonna create a new frame first. Generally, it's good to go with a lower number for the width because you can always export it at 2x. And with the lower number, it actually can result in a smaller PDF file if you want to send it to somebody. So now I bring those images back onto the frame. The frame is 600 and the height of it doesn't matter. It's gonna be pretty long. Then just drag one of those high fidelity mockups to the top and then one to the bottom. It's best to have the one with the most screens on the top because it instantly gives the impression that you've done a lot of work. Then we're gonna create a little mask for our background. And of course we can just use the image, but I want to be able to actually modify it. So I just gonna create a little mask and then change the background width to 600, which is the width of the entire case study. Now simply drag one on top of the other and use the rectangle to mask the image. You can modify the color of the rectangle to be white because for most case studies, white is the best background that you can use. It's gonna make it easy to print it if it's necessary for anybody, and it's gonna make the entire file a lot lighter as well. And of course, if you have a background like this Aurora background that I have here that blends seamlessly with the background below, you can leave it like that as well. In some cases, this can look very cool. But in this case study, I want it to actually be completely visible where that extra background begins and ends. And as you can see, you can move the image within the mask to actually modify its colors a little bit. And that's gonna come in handy if we have more sections like this. So I just duplicated it, and then within the mask, I'm just gonna move the image itself, the PNG image. And you can leave it like that or just move it slightly. But the idea is to have two matching backgrounds, but still different so it's not boring. Okay, I'm gonna use those photos of myself as little visual breakdowns so the case study is more personal and less boring. Of course, you don't need to do that part and you can completely skip those sections. But if you go ahead and do it, make sure that your head in all of the photos is roughly the same size. So it's best to basically scale them outside of the frame so you know that they're gonna be the same size. For now, we can drag those photos somewhere close to the frame, but we're gonna use them when they're necessary. Okay, time to start. But before we start, we need to select a grid. So first I'm gonna name the frame case study 1 because this is gonna be a template that you can later use for other case studies. Of course, they can't look exactly the same, but we'll get to that. Okay, we have our case study. And what we want to do is to have a consistent way of the entire case study to flow. So go into the layout settings and you can find the typical column setting in any design tool that you want. We want 12 columns, that's for starters, and we want them to have a margin of 24 points with the 600 points being the total width, and then the gutter, which is the space between the columns, to be 16. And I believe this is a very, very good starting point. 16 gutter will allow us to actually have a little bit more space between the elements, and then 12 columns are the best possible way for larger elements because you can create many different section types. For example, you can create a section that's completely full width, or you can create two equally wide sections, or 3 of them if each section is 4 columns. And I'm gonna create those columns here just so you can see how many different layout styles you'll be able to use in a 12 column grid. This can come in handy later. Then the next size would be 4 objects, each taking up 3 columns. Chances are we're gonna be mostly using the top 3 options here, which is 1 column, 2 column, and 3 columns. But it's really good to be able to see what else can you create. And you can align these things a little bit lower in the artboard, or you can move them somewhere else entirely. But it's good to have the alignment be the same between them vertically as well, because that gives you a little bit of practice in terms of laying out elements that are rectangles, because that's what we're gonna be doing. And of course, with 12-point grids, you can always do 2 column objects, which will give you 6 of them. And this is gonna be probably almost never used, but it's really good to be able to actually have that option. Creating a layout grid like that is very important, because if you stick to that grid with all the elements, then your case study is gonna be a lot easier to read. And we don't want people reading our case studies struggling with them, because if they struggle with them, then we have a problem because they might not read it at all. Okay, let's add a title. And for the title, I'm just gonna type in Organic Shops, which is the title of my app. I'm gonna choose a free font called Plus Jakarta Sans and change it to extra bold. And it's best if you use the same font in all your case studies, and it's a simple sans serif font like this one. There is a couple of other fonts that you can use that I will add to the course materials in the PDF. You want the title pretty large, so I made it 32 points, and then I created a 24-point square to make sure that that font is optically aligned to the image above it. And this is the most important part of it. You don't have to be as precise with the alignment, but the alignment of the first title to the first image is actually something crucial because this is something somebody's gonna notice right away. Okay, now let's write a subtitle, and for that I'm gonna change the font to regular and the size to 16. What you write here can be anything that describes the app in one sentence. So for me, it's gonna be a healthy approach to e-commerce, but you can try to do anything that you want. It doesn't have to be great prose. It doesn't have to be super smart or super clever. It just needs to tell the reviewers or the recruiters or the clients what this app or this project is actually about. You can hide the grid at any point and then show it later when it's necessary to align something. So for now, I'm just gonna type in a couple of things that this case study is gonna contain. And I'm gonna change the font to something smaller. So first, it's gonna be market research because this is something that's pretty easy to do. We're gonna start by creating a cloud of tags. This is gonna be a very simple tag-based way to show people viewing the case study what's in there. And for the background of the tag, I'm gonna pick one of the lighter color coming from our app. And this part can be actually consistent with the product. So if you make a second case study for the second app, make it in the colors from that app. But it's best to use the same font, even if the app has a different one. Okay, since we have rounded corners in our app, it's good to have rounded corners in those tags as well. They can be fully rounded or they can be slightly rounded. It really depends on the app itself and your personal preference. Of course, if you have sharp corners, it's good to have sharp corners in the app. To make the text consistent with the tag, I changed the color of the text to the background color and then simply decreased the brightness and increased the saturation a little bit. That will give us a dark gray with a little hint of green in it. Now what we want to do is to expand the font size, the font bounding box size, to be the size of that little background rectangle and then center the font. We want at least one capital letter to fit on every side. And I'm gonna group it and call the group tag. So I grouped the background and the font. And of course you can create a symbol or a component out of this group. And if you know how to use components or symbols, go ahead and do it that way. But if you don't, just keep it as a group and it's gonna be simple for you. So I'm just gonna pick the simplest possible option. We're gonna have multiple tags like this, so let's duplicate that group and then let's make sure that the distance between them is actually coming from the grid that we're using, and in my case it's an 8-point grid. So a distance of 8 is pretty good. Because I know that my second tag is gonna be longer, it's gonna be competitive analysis, I can then stretch the entire group and then stretch it back to roughly fit one capital letter on every side. And we have to use that spacing in all the tags so they look consistent. Okay, let's make the third one. And I'm gonna call this user survey because this is gonna be a simple survey we're gonna do on Twitter. And of course, for that, I can decrease the width of it, but make sure that it's at 8 points from the previous tag. Now, personas are not that often really used in real life projects. We often define the target demographic or target group in a much simpler way, but they're a really good addition to a case study. So I'm gonna add personas here, and we're gonna be making personas as well. Okay, now let's add the next one, which is gonna be wireframes, and we're gonna make some low fidelity wireframes from those designs. Now we arrived at the end of the line. And what do we do now? So let's turn on the layout grid again. And obviously, once we have the first one aligned to the grid, make sure that all of them are aligned perfectly to the first one. So as I moved the first one by 1 point to align it better to the grid, I moved all of the other ones. And now what do we do here at the end? Of course, you can drag or stretch that wireframes part to fit the grid, but we don't want that. We want them all to be consistent because it's actually gonna make it easier to read. We don't need the tag cloud to be justified or to be perfectly rectangular. We want to have a jagged edge if possible, because that will actually show how much reading is there. Okay, the next thing is gonna be a flow diagram. If you want to outline a couple of different flow, you can type in flow diagrams and create a couple of different ones, or you can create a very high level flow and just simply type flow diagram. Okay, the next one is gonna be high fidelity UI, which is something that we already have, but we're gonna have a dedicated section to some of the examples from it as well. Okay, the next one is going to be prototype. And of course, we don't always have to build a high fidelity prototype, but it's pretty good if you want to do some basic usability testing, which is gonna be our next option here. So it's good to have a prototype, even if it's just for one of the basic flows. Okay, the next one is gonna be a mini usability study. And now usability studies are not that easy to do. They take a lot of time and effort, so for some of your case studies you can completely skip them, but it's really good to have them in at least one. And the last one is going to be accessibility evaluation, which is something that many people actually pay attention to, and it's a very simple way to create some additional content from your UIs. Okay, because that mini usability study is optional, just for myself I'm going to change the color of it and the color of the font as well. Of course, in your designs you should have the same color everywhere, but this is just to show you that this part is going to be the most difficult, and because of that you might want to skip it. Having tags at the top is a very good way for the recruiters or people reading the case study to have a TLDR summary of what's in there. And for many of them, it's actually ticking boxes of whether you have market research, you have high fidelity, you have wireframes, and so on. So for them, it's actually important to have those tags because it saves them a lot of time. The next section is gonna be a project summary. So I'm gonna start with a couple of questions. First is gonna be the where, then the what, and then the last one is gonna be the why. Of course, you can use completely different labels for this, so it doesn't have to always be the same. For where you can use location, but I actually prefer to have the simple where, what, and why in the top because this is a more straightforward version. Okay, for where I'm just gonna type in the place where I was when I designed this. Then what, it's gonna be a native mobile app, and then I'm gonna add iOS because it's iOS only. And then the why is gonna be pretty simple, and we need to be honest with people. We didn't make this project to make the world a better place, even though it can be used for that. No, we made this project because we needed a portfolio project. So our why is actually to create a portfolio project. Now I'm gonna select all of those actual data points and I'm gonna make them bold. You can do Ctrl B on the Windows machines and Command B on Mac to do it quickly. Okay, let's turn the grid back on and let's distribute the elements. And for now, I'm just gonna move the last one to the end of it, and then let's simply move them to the right spots. So we're gonna have 3 objects that are 4 columns wide. The what is gonna start in column 5, and then the why is gonna be in column 9. And of course, right now it's in column 10, so we'll have to move it in a second. So for now, let's start with alignment. And if we're gonna use the 24 grid from the sides, we can use 48 from the previous section. And knowing those two numbers, 24 and 48, is gonna be very helpful for you to structure the case study. Those are the 2 main distances that you should be using. Of course, they can be different, but they need to be the same 2 always. So one should be probably twice the value of the other. Okay, now let's type in role. And the role is going to be designer and researcher, because that also shows the recruiters what we did on the project. It's best not to write a lot here, but if you need to go multi-line, it's really good for at least 2 sections to be multi-line, so like this. And then the second option here is going to be the category. So I typed in e-commerce and food and drink, and you can easily find out the category of your app. Then the when should be an outline of when you created the project. So just type in the months. And if it took you 1 month, then just type in October 2021. And of course, this entire column is off. So I select the entire column and then move it to the left side. If you don't want to use the column grid, you can always use the helper images that we created before. So just drag them to the top and see whether those columns are in the right place. They should all align with the rectangle. If this is fine, you can move the rectangles back, or you can select all of them and actually move them outside of the frame, only to remind you how many different layout options you have and that you should always stick to that grid. Now, because I do have enough space in the columns, I can actually make them a little bit wider and fit everything in one line. And in most cases, this is gonna make it look better because you don't really need to have too much reading in the top section. This is mostly information that they should be able to just glance through very quickly. People reading the case study also tend to pay the most attention near the top of it, so make sure that there are no typos or weird commas or dots or anything. Of course, your entire case study should be done that way, but it's really important to at least have the top really checked very thoroughly. Okay, then I need to still align the titles a little bit. As you can see, one of them dropped a little bit lower, so you can just select all of them and align them to the bottom or to the middle. And we want the titles to be a little bit closer together, so we can use the 24 distance because this is one section. Now we have a section that is 48 points from the tags and 24 in between, which creates nice visual hierarchy. Okay, let's turn the column grid off. Don't get too attached to where you placed the images or backgrounds before. We're gonna constantly be moving them around when necessary or when we need more or less space for something. I'm gonna make a little bit more white space on the top here and make my photo a little bit smaller here. And I'm gonna place it on the right side because in the photo I am looking to the left. So it's really good to actually place something there so the people will be interested in what I'm looking at. And this photo, as you can see, is not completely straight at the bottom, which is actually not really a good thing if you want to align it because it's a little bit diagonal and it doesn't look too good. You can try to cover it with the mask image, but if it's a little bit transparent, it might still not be the right approach, as you can see here. It's just not perfect, even if you move it under the mask group. So what we can do here is simply rotate this element a tiny bit, just probably 1 degree or maybe 2. We want the photo to look as if I'm looking out from behind that colorful background. Kind of like this. And we don't want it to take too much space because there is already a lot of white space of the white background above the Aurora background. But we want a little visual breakdown because there's quite a lot of information there. So in here, write a little bit of a quote from yourself. It doesn't have to be super smart or super creative. Just something that you had on your mind while making this and why you feel connected to the product. For example, in my case, I'm a big fan of organic products, so this is something that I'm interested in myself. If you're passionate about this particular project, feel free to add it. Of course, you don't have to be passionate about every project in your portfolio, so in some cases you can write a very high-level definition of why you picked this particular project in the first place. And this can be anything. It simply has to be coming from you. If you already established any of the user's pain points for the product, you can also write that here. This is gonna be something that can work quite well to define the main problem. But for me, I'm just simply gonna add why I made this project and my own personal touch to it because I'm gonna define the problem later. But as I said, you can define the problem here as well. If you want to now align the text properly, you can create a new rectangle which is a little bit taller than the photo itself, and then simply move it down a little bit or just send it to the back. And now simply grab the entire group with the text and align it to the center. If the person is looking at the text, as in this case, the eyes are being pointed at the text, people will naturally follow the gaze of the person and they're gonna look at the text and read it. So this is a very nice breakdown, but of course we need to align it properly. And you can align it to the very left edge if you want, but I'm gonna align it a little bit off to the second column because that's gonna create a little bit of like a visual breakdown, a breath of fresh air, let's say, and this is gonna make this instantly visible. So if everything was aligned to the first column, this can be tricky because it can all blend together. And this kind of alignment adds that little bit of unexpected while still being true to the grid. Because the photo is just decoration, it doesn't have to start avoiding the last column. It can overlap it a little bit as well, but it really depends on the photo that you pick, so just play around with it and be sure that it looks good. And this is something that I really like in case studies because it gives us some breathing space, some breathing room between the sections, and also adds that personal touch which people are really looking for and they're really looking to connect with it. Now we're gonna do some simple market research. So I'm just gonna paste in one of the subtitles that we created before, and I'm gonna call it market research. And I want that font to be bold or extra bold, so it's more visible, and the size to be around 20. So it's not as big as the main title, but not as small as the subtitle. This is a section title and it's really important. You can also add a section called summary to the very first section that we have here, but I would avoid that actually because this is adding some redundant information. It's pretty obvious that if you have the main title of the product, then it's the summary. But it's completely up to you. I'm just giving you a couple of ideas what you can do with your case study, but it should be yours. So you should try to use your own copy and your own ideas for these things. Now, the market research is usually something a marketing team would be doing, but it's really overlapping or intersecting with UX recently. So this is something that gives the recruiters an overview that you actually looked beyond the actual product itself onto the market where it will exist. So I'm gonna write a claim, and you can easily look for the category of your app, of your product, and find a statistic of how that category has been growing or changing over the years. And in my case, I'm just gonna write in that over the last 10 years, the market around eco-friendly or organic products has grown significantly, and I found a data point where I could use, which is $10 billion. So find any statistic from your category that is market-wide and then can be used as a graph or a chart. If you can find a couple of data points, for example, for the last few years, how the category has grown, that's perfect. But anything that can be created as a 3-point line graph is good. This is not really that important, but it's only to show that you understand the general principle between building a product and actually finding out whether the product is actually even necessary. I also defined the problem here, which is basically due to the goods being perishable, it's really difficult to have them on demand, and with longer shipping distances, it can take forever for you to get that. And I lined everything to the grid, and now let's play around with this. So what we can do here is create a nice line chart from the data points that we collected before. I'm gonna go with a 2-column approach with the line graph or line chart being on the right side. So I need to stretch those text fields a little bit. And we want them to not be 5 columns, for example, because then it will make the remaining column a little bit off balance, and this is not that easy to actually do. Some senior designers can pull it off, but go with like even number of columns all the time. So let's make a rectangle that's 6 columns wide, and that's gonna be the background for our line chart. Of course, you can have multiple sections within the market research section. So if you have more data points, you can try adding a bar graph or a pie chart. But it's really good not to have this actually too long, because this section is not that important. This is only to show that you have the high-level view of the market. To keep the distances consistent, I decreased the size of the background, so the space for our chart is gonna have 24 points margin on the top, on the right, and on the bottom. And now, of course, we can move the problem part to be also 24 points from the previous part, which is the claim. But you can call it anything. Don't be attached to those labels. The idea is to briefly summarize what's happening in the market in that category of the product that you created and what is the main problem that people are facing. So it doesn't have to be super high quality research. It needs just to show that you did some research and you looked at the market broadly. Okay, I modified the rectangle a little bit, giving it a white background and some rounded corners. Now let's play around with the data. And in my case, I have a couple of data points about how the market has grown in the last 10 years. So I'm just gonna create 3 data points for 2010, 2015, and 2020, because that's a pretty easy split between the years. And we want enough space to have the labels on the left side of the chart as well. Let's go with $5 billion first, and then let's create the 10 billion. So of course 10 billion is gonna be at the very top, and always use the entire space you have. So if you have more space on the top, don't make the graph smaller than that. Don't leave empty space above the graph. This is not what we want. But we do want those values aligned to the right side on the left side of the graph. And then we can make a smaller font out of all of those labels because they're not really that important. They're just data points. However, what is important is that you create those graphs and charts yourself in Figma, Sketch, or Adobe XD, because the graphs needs to be consistent with the entire case study. So they can't really come from a PowerPoint slide or something that was generated automatically and doesn't match it. If it matches, then it makes a much better impression on people viewing the case study. And you want the best impression possible because first impressions count. Using the pen tool, click once on the top and then holding the shift key, drag the cursor down to the bottom and click again. And then holding the shift key again, drag to the right side and create the basis of the axis of our chart. And of course we can have them pretty light, they're not really that important to be too visible. Of course we don't want them too light because some people might not be able to even see them at all. Okay, now we want to align the data values exactly in the places where they should be. So in this case we have the $0 billion at the very bottom, which is like the starting point, and you can align it at the line, so at the very bottom. Then you can align the 5 billion between the 0 and between the 10. And then of course you have to align the data points as well. And it's really good for the labels not to stick out from above or from the side of the axis. Let's use the pen tool again and create the actual line chart. So what we can do is create just 3 points, which is gonna be going from 2010 to 2015 and then to 2020, but we can make the chart more interesting by creating more data points. And it's really good to, at least in some space, use the entire height. So if the value is $10 billion, then go to almost 10 billion to show it. And let's assume that this industry just had meteoric growth in the last few years. Okay, now what we want to do is change the color of that line to one of the accent colors of the app. And we can go with a pretty thick line. This is probably too thick, but don't go with 1 point. There's nothing as unpleasant as a line chart with a 1 point line on it. Those thin lines simply don't look good. So you can also try bending the edges of them a little bit, and you can also try modifying the caps. And for now, I'm gonna go with a line of 3 points, but anything between 2 and 5 should be fine for a 600 wide case study. To make the chart easier to read, I'm gonna create 2 additional lines, one at 5 billion and then one at 10. This line can be thinner, so we can go with 1, and it can be a lot lighter, so we can go with a very light gray. You can keep the line as it is, or you can change it to dashed. But before we do, let's go back to our main graph and change that line style to round. That will actually allow us to have a rounded ending of it, and of course move that ending to still be within the axis. Now it looks good. Okay, now let's modify this line here to make it dashed. So instead of the stroke style solid, go to dash, and you can leave the default values. Now let's make another line at 10 billion. And once you find the proper space to align it to, make sure that the 5 billion line or the half line is exactly in the middle between the bottom axis, the x-axis, and the top line here. And then you can align the label to match. Okay, now we have a nice looking graph that fits the style of the product next to some data points. You can also make those labels a little bit smaller. So in our case, let's go with a medium size font and then maybe a 7 point. If you're gonna be building this portfolio as a website, for example in Webflow, then you can actually use double the values of everything. So a font size 7 is gonna be 14 anyway. Okay, I also changed the color of the labels to be a lot lighter, because they're not really that important. It's the data that is important. And to emphasize that, and to emphasize the value that we want to sell here, is that I'm gonna add the value that I found for the market, which is $9.9 billion. And of course, depending on the country, you might use a comma or a period between the values. Okay, so we have a $9.9 billion and we have a data point, which is next to 2020. So let's create a circle there. Let's make it the same color as the graph. And if your app uses a different color, of course, make it that color, not green. That case study needs to match the product that you're building, not the one that I'm building. So don't copy mine exactly, improvise and adapt. I'm gonna move that little text with 9.9 billion to the top of the layer list, and then I'm gonna create a rectangle on top of it. And that rectangle, of course, on the layer list should be below. Now let's round the corners a little bit and let's change it to white, but let's add a shadow to it. We're gonna make a simple tooltip now. So the next thing that we want to do is to increase the Y value a little bit, and then the blur value should be double the Y value. And of course we can also decrease the opacity because that's not that important. Now align the center of that tooltip to the center of our little dot and let's create a new square. Then rotate it 45 degrees and then move it as this little pointy arrow inside our shape. And we also want it to be white. Okay, now let's select both that tooltip and that little square and then let's merge them using the union tool, which is a Boolean operation that exists in all the design tools. And in some cases it replaces the shadow, so let's add it again. So it's gonna be 6, blur 12, and then the opacity of 15. If our little pointy end is not in the center, you can select them again inside that group that was created and then center them using the centering tool. Okay, let's make the font size here a little bit smaller because it's a little bit too big. I'm gonna go with 16 because it still works good and has enough white space. Now you can just select the background rectangle and press enter and then drag and hold on the last two edges on the left side and then make it smaller. That's like the simplest way without modifying that little pointy arrow as well. This is a very nice starting point for your case study because all the data that we have here could have been found in external sources. So just look at the category that your app is in or that your product is in and try to find data that you can show. You don't have to use a line chart because you can also use a bar graph or you can use a pie chart or anything that's visually presenting the data. But it's really good to have both the problem and the claim about the market next to some data visualizations like line charts, because this makes it more interesting to view. This makes it easier to focus and it makes it easier to actually be invested and pay attention to what you're trying to say here. So this market research part is a good way to start the case study. In the next segment of the course, we're going to work on some of the things that will take you a little bit longer to actually come up with, but they're still pretty easy to do. Everything up until that point could be done by simply following this as a tutorial, so you can have that much of a case study in maybe an hour or an hour and a half, which is really great. See you in the next segment. We're gonna have to put in a little bit more work in those following segments, but they're gonna be worth it because you'll end up with a very nice case study. And make sure that you make your case study yourself. So write the text yourself, it doesn't have to be perfect, and use your own colors and your own fonts for everything. It needs to be consistent with the product that you're building. Let's start with the next section, which is going to be competitive analysis. So I just created a new title and then I copied a subtitle from above, from the quote that is next to the photo of me. And I'm going to change this subtitle to outline what was analyzed. But in short, competitive analysis means that you take a look at similar products to the one that you created. So in my case, I would be looking at 3 most popular apps for e-commerce and hopefully eco-friendly e-commerce. But if you can't find anything in this main category, which is eco-friendly e-commerce, you can go a little bit broader. So you can look at e-commerce that is food related, for example. The idea is to look at the strengths and weaknesses of those similar products. And you can pick between 3 and 5 different apps if you want, and this text should reflect what you actually looked for. So if you looked for the negative App Store comments, for example, or the ordering experience, or maybe you downloaded all of the apps and actually clicked through them completely and annotated a lot of the good and the bad practices there. This does require quite a lot of extra work, but it's a very good way to show that you're taking informed research-based decisions, and it's not really that difficult to look at competing apps and even analyze them. Once we have the title and the subtitle, let's turn the grid back on, and then let's add some additional elements. And you can do a couple of different things here. Well, for one thing, you can add app icons. So if you only have 3 apps, you can just create icons with the names of the apps there. Or you can create mini mockups. So this is what I'm gonna do here. I'm just gonna create some rounded rectangles with a soft shadow, and there's gonna be 3 of them because I picked 3 apps. So I'm just gonna place them in a grid like this, side by side. To avoid some copyright violations, I'm not gonna add the actual screenshots into the course case study here, so you'll have to imagine that they're there. But of course, in your own case study, you can completely do that. So either screenshots or app icons is a good way to have a visual element next to the data that you're gonna compare. And now we need some additional text next to those mockups. But before you start adding anything, just make sure that everything is aligned perfectly to one another. So just in case, select all of them and use the auto alignment tools to fix it. And I'm gonna decrease the shadow opacity a little bit because it's a little bit too harsh. But of course, if you'll have real product photos there, like real images or mockups, they might be pretty visually heavy or color heavy, so you might not even need a shadow at all. Okay, let's type in the app names, and for this exercise I'm gonna go with just app 1, app 2 and app 3. But of course in reality these should be the actual names of the apps, and if they have to go multi-line because the name is long, just let it be so. So I'm just gonna call it app 1, app 2 and app 3 because this is also going to make it easy for me to reference them in the competitive analysis. Now let's drag in some of that smaller text that we created before, so I'm gonna go with the one from market research. And I'm simply gonna copy it, paste it, and then drag it next to the mockups. Now this text field should be about the size of the remaining 6 columns, so if you're unsure you can turn them back on and align it, or simply align it to 16 points from the mockups and 24 from the right edge. And I'm gonna create a larger text field here. There is no rule to create a proper competitive analysis. It's more about being critical or being curious about what the competition is doing. So you can type anything here. You can type in your observations, or like in my case, I'm gonna type in the positives and the negatives that I found in the apps. So I'm just gonna call them the good and the bad. And for the good, I'm gonna write what I think that the apps do right. So in this case, the ability to search for stores nearby and to buy locally. And those definitions of the good and the bad don't have to be super precise. You just need to find at least one good thing and possibly a couple of bad things, because that will make it easier for your app to be better. So for the bad, I'm gonna write a couple of things here. It's good if you can identify a couple of different problems in those apps that you chose for competitive analysis, and those problems don't need to be shared across all of the apps. So for example, I'm gonna write that there is no way to see the product before registration, and this is something that only happens in app 1 and app 3. So app 2 actually has an ability to do that. And then you can add additional pain point, and that could be something that happens with app 2 and some other app as well. So just try to be critical, but also try to identify which app does what worse and which app does what the best way. If you want to go more in depth, you can actually create larger mockups of all of the apps, then just try to switch them around. So for example, app 1 could be a bigger mockup on the left side and app 2 could be a bigger mockup on the right side. And then you can have the text next to each app and then identify the problems with it. Longer competitive analysis like that also works pretty good if your UI case study is just that, if it doesn't have any other sections. So you can just create the UI mockups and the competitive analysis and have like a super mini, super basic case study. I would advise against that because it's best to have more different sections to show that you understand everything, but in some cases it's pretty easy to do. So your case study doesn't have to follow my exact process here. It can be completely different. You just need to remember what the goal is. And the goal is to find and identify problems and things that they do right in a couple of competing products. That shows that you have a good understanding of how app design and app research works, because of course there's probably some competition in that space already. There is almost no apps that are completely new or completely fresh with their idea. So it's all about recycling the value a little bit. And if you can derive the value from existing products, it's a good way to start. Another thing that you can do is to find some negative comments of those apps or those products either online or in their respective app stores. And if you can find these comments, you can then add some of the comments to give more context. And of course, we want a 3-column grid for that because 3 is a pretty good number of comments. It wouldn't be too overwhelming. So I'm just going to turn the grid back on and then enlarge those little boxes here that I'm going to use for the comments. You might think that precision like this is not important, but let me repeat that again. It's very important because especially with longer forms like a case study, it's really important that the eye is being guided, so it's not going randomly through different sections. Okay, we have 3 comments now, so let's turn off the grid. Even if the comments are pretty long, you don't really need to add the entire text from them. So I'm just gonna make those fields a little bit shorter because it's mostly just to show that you actually looked at the comments. And then I'm gonna create an avatar. So for this one, I'm just gonna go with like a circle that's also aligned to the border radius here. But of course you can do a rectangular avatar, or you can skip the avatar altogether and just have the text. So I'm just gonna create a circle here and let's fill it with a face. Now the thing is, even if you're using real comments, it's really good to anonymize them because most people might not really want to be in your case study. So for these case studies, I'm just gonna use my own photo for every person there. But of course, you can just go to a free stock photo site like Unsplash or Pexels and simply pick a couple of people from there. It doesn't matter. You can completely use this. So I created a mask from the circle to hide the photo, and we can try to add like a background color to it, or can leave it like that. I'm just gonna leave it because I like the minimal look. The first box is gonna be my template, so I'm just gonna copy it over to box number 2 and number 3. So let's just fill the first one with text now, shall we? Let's grab one of the smaller texts and then paste it onto the box. And of course, if this is a comment, it probably needs a little bit more text space. So I'm gonna decrease the font size here to something like number 10, but you can go even lower. It doesn't really matter because it's still gonna be visible. And now type in the comment that somebody wrote. If you can't find a fully negative comment, you can type anything that is somewhat giving any value. So it doesn't have to be completely negative, but if you found a comment like this, it's pretty good. Due to privacy concerns, I'm not gonna add real names, and you shouldn't too. It doesn't really matter who said that, so just type in any name that comes to mind and it's gonna be fine. Now you can group this entire thing and then duplicate it and place it next to each other. And once we have 3 exact copies of the same comment box, then you can start adding different text. And of course, if you want to go with longer comments, you can, but it's really good to keep it one sentence. So just take the most important sentence that they said from the comment. And they don't need to be the same length, all of them. Some of them can be even shorter. But it's really good to identify at least 2 negative things, or 3. But if you can get at least 2 negative, then you can also get 1 positive from the comments. And of course, make sure to always modify the name and the photo of the person as well. Nobody's gonna really check if these are the exact same people who left those comments. It's more about you being able to parse the comments and see what people are writing about the product and use that information for better design decisions in your own product. In some case studies, to make them look a little bit differently, you can also have a lot more comments, or you can have specific comments that can be pinned to the mockups. So if somebody is saying that the checkout experience is not really that great, you can find the checkout experience screen and then use a mockup of that and the comment next to that. There's a lot of opportunity here for a very nice, very robust section. But as I said before, we can't have this section be too big either, because this is something that it's only a starting point. So it's a starting point into the design process, but you still need a lot of space for the additional research and additional design elements in your case study. So I believe it's better to have a lot of shorter sections just to show that you understand how they all work than a couple of very long ones. But of course, some of your case studies should or can be different. And if you have one that's really thorough with all the sections, you can have a couple that only have some of them but more detailed. Okay, let's create the next section, which is gonna be a very simple user survey. But how do you make a user survey if you don't have any users yet, right? Well, that's actually pretty easy, because you can use social media to actually ask some questions, and you'll be surprised how many people are willing to help you out. You need to frame it in the right way, so you need to tell them that you need some help from them, and most people will actually comply, and they're gonna add some answers for you. The reason for this part is just to show that you can get pretty creative with the limited tools that you have as a junior designer. So I'm gonna use Twitter for this. And this is gonna be a very simple Twitter survey. So I'm gonna need a little bit more space for that. So just for that, I'm just gonna grab the text and copy it out of the mask so I can then stretch the mask pretty easily. Okay, we're gonna need a little bit more space. Now, the question of the survey should be all about one defining factor that's gonna make your app different. So, for example, what is the most important thing for people using products in this category? This is a very good question that can work for most portfolio projects. Because if it's the price, then you can actually factor that into the design. If it's the convenience, for example, or the time of delivery, this can also be evaluated and factored in with some additional options. But try to keep that one user survey question as high level as possible. Of course, you can have some additional survey questions as well if you want to go more of the research route. And this is also pretty good. So it doesn't have to be just one survey. You can create a couple of them and you can then present the data in a couple of different ways. So for example, one can be a simple bar graph that is the standard end result of a survey, and the other can be a pie chart or something similar that you can create yourself. So for me, the question is going to be, what's the most important factor you take into account while echo shopping? You can just type in the question in a larger font like this, or you can just make a screenshot out of Twitter and then add this to the case study. It's all up to you, but I prefer to actually do stuff like that myself. So then using the other font, I'm just gonna make it a little bit thicker and I'm gonna add all the answers to those questions that I have. So there's gonna be price, obviously. I'm gonna also add convenience because it is pretty convenient to have your food delivered to your door. Then of course delivery time is also an important factor for many people. And just in case, you should add an open-ended question. So in my case, it's gonna be other, and I'll let people or encourage people to write in a comment of what is the most important thing to them. And these comments can also be used in this case study. You can have the survey running for a couple of days to collect at least some responses, but don't think that you need thousands of them or hundreds of them. Even 23 participants is something that looks good, that it means that actually you made some research here. And it's really not that important how many people replied, unless of course it's only one person, because that's not gonna give you any believable data. So one good way to have more people answer your surveys is to start making friends on Twitter. There is a whole selection of really awesome designers on Design Twitter. Okay, I'm gonna use a font called Social Ico, and I'm gonna add the Twitter logo here. There is an option with the circle around it, so I'm just gonna pick that option, and then I'm gonna increase the size of it. This also adds some additional visual element onto the survey. Let's then change the color to something that looks more like the Twitter blue, and I'm not gonna pick the precise color, but if you have the time, you definitely should. So you can do it like this with a larger logo next to the text, or you can create like a rectangular selection box with a shadow and have that questions in there. Just try to be creative with the way that you present it. Let's turn the layout back on and play around with the alignment. So obviously you should align the Twitter logo in this case to the left column, but then it doesn't really matter where the text is in most cases, because if the text is those 16 points from the logo, then technically it's fine, right? Because you have the proper spacing. It doesn't all need to be matching the grid, because this object actually starts with the grid, starts in the first column. But the problem with this approach is that you also need to align the survey questions. So you can try to create like an indented version like this, but because we have the survey answers below and we want them to actually be aligned to something, I'm gonna align the text to the second column and then make the Twitter logo smaller. And I think that the size of one column is pretty good. It doesn't have to be completely 100% precise here, but as long as it roughly fits within the column, it's fine. Then let's grab the answers and let's align them to the text. So it's gonna start in the second column. And for the answers, we're gonna make a little bar chart. So I'm just gonna create a rectangular shape that's under each of the fields, and I'm gonna make it so it has one column on each side. Now, because the background color here is not white, I can actually make this bar white. It's still gonna be visible. Now let's duplicate it and make a smaller bar inside of it. And this one is gonna be the actual data value. So for this, let's go to our colors, and we already have our main green from the app in the color presets. So this is something that really needs to be consistent with the app. So if you have a second case study with an app that's more blue, then you should use the blue in the graphs. Now let's duplicate this element and add it to all of the additional answers. Now, obviously the important thing is for all of those bars to add up to 100%. And I can't really stress this enough. We can subconsciously notice if the math is wrong on some things. And we don't want the person looking at your portfolio and at your case study to start doubting your ability to count percentages. So in this case, I'm gonna go with the percentages that I got from the survey. And it's really good to be sure that those bars actually reflect the percentages. So to do that, we'll also add the percentages on the right side of the graph. So for that, I'm gonna create another text field from the same one. It's gonna be the same font exactly, but right aligned. And in here, let's just type in the percentage values. Then simply duplicate that text field and place it below. Now, you can do this section in a lot of different ways. For starters, you can just enter the actual Twitter survey screenshot there and maybe add like a little background around it. Or you can make those bars vertical instead of horizontal. It's really good to also differentiate between the case studies. So if you have a couple of case studies that are pretty similar in terms of the scope, it's really good that if in one the bars are horizontal, then do vertical ones in the other one, or do a pie chart in the next one. That will give the variety, and it will keep the recruiters or people looking at your case study from thinking that you used a template for everything. So try to use variety as much as you can. If you get some interesting comments from the users or from people taking the survey, it's actually good to include them here as well. One thing to note is that you should always ask those people for permission to use their real names or real Twitter handles. And if they don't give that permission, you can still use that comment in the case study, but then try to create a different name for that person and then use a stock photo for the photo. Because we always need to be sure we're not violating anybody's privacy. But having comments is a very good idea to show that you're actually listening to the users, because a lot of the things that you'll be doing as a UX designer is actually listening to what people have to say. And in most cases, if they have to say something, it's probably going to be negative, because if they like everything, they likely don't have the time or energy to leave a comment. So the fact that there are comments shows that you're actually listening, and this is very important for recruiters. That means that you're taking what the users say into account. That's great. You can use the exact same template from above, or you can create a different one. So for example, you can create a 2-column version of those comments with 4 of them in a 2x2 grid. But try to keep them short. The most important thing about the comments is not actually what the people said here, because I don't believe most recruiters or clients will actually even read those. The most important thing is to show that those comments exist, and if anybody wants to read a select comment, they're gonna know that it's not chosen randomly. But really, nobody's gonna read all of them. So just make sure that these comments are insightful enough, but they don't need to be groundbreaking or super amazing. They need to be insightful in terms of what the people actually need from an app like that. And if it does answer that question, then you're fine. There is this huge notion that the research part in the case study needs to be super scientific and super difficult and super smart sounding, or like genius sounding. And I don't believe that's the case. The most important thing is to show that you're taking those informed decisions. But the comments themselves, or even how valid are the survey questions, These things are not really that important in the evaluation process. The 3-section market research, competitive analysis, and user survey is the very initial research that you can do. Now it's time to break it up visually a little bit. So I'm just gonna add another photo of myself here. And in this case, it's gonna be a photo of me pointing at something. And this is a very good way, if the person is also looking at where they're pointing, to have the text in that place, because as with the first photo, if the person is looking at something, and especially if it's pointing there, we naturally want to see what the person is looking and pointing at. So if you place the text there, it's gonna be very visible to people. People are not going to miss that text. Even if they miss the comments above or even the survey answers, they're not going to miss that text because of that emotional connection here. Okay, let's turn the layout off and let's modify the text a little bit. This is the place where you can summarize the 3 sections that are right above it. So in my case, I'm gonna call it initial research shows, but you can call it anything, even it can be like a generic label. For me, I'm using a narrative, so it's kind of like I'm speaking to the recruiter here, but you can use any kind of narrative option here. So my initial research shows that there is a growing need for a convenient, easy to use, affordable service. And of course, this is pretty cliche. It's not really that groundbreaking because it's pretty obvious. But that's not a point of the case study. It's not a point to be a junior designer with limited resources and come up with a super groundbreaking thing. No, the point is to show that you understand how to thoroughly analyze the project that you're making and make informed decisions based on that data. So don't be afraid of stating the obvious. And if you do it right, as you can see, in just about an hour of time, we created quite a long case study already, and it's barely half of it. So there's still a lot more to come. The main takeaway here is that you need to show those research elements in the case study, but don't use my way of showing it as like the go-to template. Try to create your own templates just to show that information based on that. So you can analyze the market and see how it's growing yourself and then present it in a completely different way. Just as long as the sections are clearly separated and it's pretty easy to understand where one ends and the other one begins. This is what I use the backgrounds for. Because if your case study is all on a white background, it's very easy to get into the space of like an overwhelming blocks of text. In my case, when they're clearly divided like that and also have those visual breakups with the photos of me and the very generic kind of thoughts on each section next to the photos, it makes the case study a lot easier to read and browse. So starting this way is a sure way to have an engaging case study that doesn't look like an academic paper that's boring. You want something that people can quickly scroll through, and even in this case study up until this point, you'll see that some research has been done and then there is the result of those beautiful shots. So in the next segment of the course, we're gonna create some additional elements to show that you actually take those informed design decisions into account. Research doesn't have to be scary and it doesn't have to be scientific, because nobody expects a junior designer to do super scientific genius style research. What they expect from you is to do research, and this is what we've done here. It's simple, and I only had 23 people in the survey, but that's okay. That research is not gonna change the world. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you asked the users, and based on what they said, then you made some changes to the product to reflect their needs and solve their problems. This is what the case study is all about. Personas are one of these things that all the junior designers do, and then while working on some actual products, you barely ever do them at all. But they're pretty important for your portfolio, so I'm gonna start with creating a little artboard for our persona, and I'm gonna use 2 photos of myself that I already have there, but they're gonna be photos of myself for copyright purposes. Of course, you can use free sites like Unsplash or Pexels or others to pick the right photos for your personas. And while some recommend you use images or illustrations, I'm all for actually using photos of people. That's because those personas are not that important, but having that human touch, that emotional connection is something that's gonna be resonating with the recruiters. Unless the project that you're making has illustrations in it, I would avoid having illustrations as your persona photos. Okay, so what's going on here? I created a frame and I'm gonna add some content to it first. Some things that are pretty typical, like name, age, education, hometown, and occupation. And these things are a good cornerstone because your persona doesn't have to have all the fields that some personas online have. These are pretty much enough. You can even skip some of them because they're not really that important. What I think is a really cool way to actually make those personas more interesting is by adding a quote, something that that person supposedly said about the product or the frustration or the problem that they're facing. The other things that you need are the goals of the person and then some frustrations. And once you have those, the last thing that we want to do is to create a description, something like an about the person section. I'm gonna call it description for now because basically this is a framework of what you need to create a persona really quickly. In most cases, what you write in these sections doesn't really matter that much because nobody's going to evaluate it fully. As long as the goals and frustrations are pretty much defining anything that's related to the product goals and frustrations, you're gonna be completely fine with something that doesn't really even sound too scientific. There's going to be some creative writing here as well, but I wouldn't really call it creative because by creative writing we assume that this is gonna be some mind-bending prose that's basically book-worthy. No, this is gonna be very simple stuff that basically is likely the first thing that comes to your head. As the name is pretty obvious, we don't need a label for it, and just for fun I'm gonna make a persona out of myself, but obviously this is not what we do here. So in terms of personas, you need to actually create a couple of fake names and fake occupations and ages and everything, but let's just quickly fill it in with my real data. And this is really tempting because obviously it's pretty easy, you know yourself, so it's pretty easy to just fill in the facts. If you put yourself there, most recruiters are gonna figure out what you did there. So mix a first name you find online with a last name you find online. Try not to have it sound like a famous person. And yeah, in this case, I kind of accidentally made it so. But then for the education, you can just come up with like some crazy name of a college or university or school. For the hometown, it's actually good to pick a real place because people identify with places. Okay, but before we go any further, let's figure out what kinds of personas we can do for this project. And I believe that we can have two groups that we can solve a problem for here. One of the groups of my organic eco shopping store app would be the owners of the stores that would be selling their goods in the app, and then the other one would be the clients, the buyers basically. But of course, you don't always have to divide it like that. You can create two client types, for example, a more tech-savvy client and a more like older, not really good with apps person, and that's also a pretty good distinction to have some interesting personas. So the goal is to make them as different and as diverse as possible, but also they need to both have a problem to solve because that's the whole point of having the personas. So if your app, if the UI that you made already solves a couple of problems, you can pick one of those problems as the issue one of those personas is facing, and then the other problem is the issue that the second person is facing. And that way your app is already solving a problem, which is basically what we want here in the case study. Now, this whole description thing is not really that important. Some people even skip it completely, and if you really don't want it, you can skip it too. But I like it because it's not really that difficult to write. If somebody is an eco store owner, just write that the person owns a store and the typical problems that they face is blah, blah, blah. So this is just something that is not really going to be too scientific. Some call it filler information, and I believe most recruiters completely skip this section. They only notice if there's like a couple paragraphs of text that, okay, they did some research and they wrote some longer text, so they must be ambitious. But in reality, I don't think that more than 1% of recruiters even read these. So figure out a motivation for the person. So if the person owns a store like that, what can they be struggling with? What can be their goals? Like in this case, if they're running like an organic food store, maybe they want to reach as many healthy people around as possible and also connect them with the farmers from, from the same state or from around the city. Try to think of it as if you're making a character for the movie. So if the app solves the problem of connecting, like in my case, connecting store owners and farmers and clients together, so there's a better experience for both shopping and deliveries, then you can actually place a little bit of that, just kind of paraphrased, into the description. And just be creative. Try to think of something that this person might want or might need or might be really happy about. It's, as I said, it doesn't have to be scientific. It doesn't have to sound too smart. It has to be like a short description. But at the same time, we don't really want the label saying description because it's really kind of inhuman. But before we change it, let's get into the quote, because this is something that I like the most. This should be the defining thing that is the most important problem that your app is already solving. So figure out what the app is doing for that person and then simply write that this person wants an app that does that, basically. So in this case, they would want to sell online if it was faster and easier. And our app is making it faster and easier to sell online. That's really easy and it's already solving the problem of the persona. Now let's get through the goals really quickly. The idea is that at least 2 of the 3 goals, and it's really best to just have 3, you don't need more of them. At least 2 of them don't have to be related to the product at all. So what are the goals of a store owner in this case, even without an app, even without the product that you created? So I'm gonna say that to deliver fresh and healthy products to a lot of people, to build a community, blah, 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 stuff like that. And then one of the goals has to be exploring things around the app that you made or the website that you made. So the last one is usually connected somehow and it's not gonna be too complex. So basically you can kind of repeat what you said in the quote, but just kind of paraphrase it a little bit. So just to reach more people with his products using the app. And as you already know the app because you created those UIs already, I think that just having a little bit of fun and making up these things is not really that difficult. You just created a person, so it's like a character in a movie. So just figure out what this person in this situation as a store owner would be struggling with or what would their goals be. And then do the same thing with the frustrations. Just make sure that your app is already solving one of those frustrations because that's the whole point of having a persona that matches the project. And of course, in the real world, if you do personas at all, you don't do them after the fact. You don't do them after having the UIs, but we're kind of reverse engineering this whole process here. So in this case, you already know what problems your app solves, just type them in here. Okay, before we start styling, let's create the second persona. So I'm just gonna duplicate this entire frame and now we're gonna do the client here. And just to have more of an idea of what we're building here as a person, I'm just gonna drag the photo in there as well, but we're gonna style it a little bit more later. So I just want the photo for reference and also so when I zoom out, I don't get confused which persona is which. What I found that works really well is that you actually do these things in the design tool, so in Figma or Sketch or Adobe XD or anything that you're using. Because if you try to do them in like a word processing app, it actually becomes a chore of typing in a lot of text and then trying to figure out how it fits together. But once you create a little template like this, it becomes a lot easier. So now I'm just gonna rename the person, add a more appropriate age, and it's really good to have the 2 personas to be in 2 different age groups because it also is a good way to differentiate them together. And of course, I'm just gonna type in some other university or school. Let's keep the same hometown, and for the job, it doesn't have to have anything to do with the product. It's actually better because for younger people, you can create like a part-time job. So somebody is a student learning something, and it's a really good way to have a persona because then you can write that they're like a journalist for some blog on the side and stuff like that. Just be creative, but keep in mind that either nobody's gonna read that anyway or it's not that important. If anybody's gonna even look into your personas in a lot more detail and spend more than 3 seconds on them, they're gonna look into the goals and frustrations, because this is the thing that is interesting for them. And probably frustrations is gonna be the most interesting thing. For the quote, again, I have put something that the app is already solving, because it's making it just easier and faster to buy organic food online. So basically, we're already solving the problem these people are having. And for the goals, as usual, just pick 2 that are completely like made up of what this person could be doing, kind of like you asked the person. And then the third one should be something connected to the actual product. And with frustrations, pick one, but a different one that the first persona had. Pick one that your app is already solving as well. It can be strongly connected or paraphrased from the quote as well. Just don't think that this has to be super high quality writing. Nobody really reads that, and even if they do, nobody expects it to be super high quality, especially if you're a junior designer. In this part, I'm gonna go a little bit faster, because the most important part about personas is basically all the text. And once you have all the text, you can arrange it any way you like. I'm gonna show you one version that I think works particularly well because it's really emotional because of having really big photos, and one version that's slightly different. But of course, you can research how others do personas online and find a version you can get inspired by, remix it a little bit, tweak it a little bit, and then call it your own. Hopefully I don't have to remind you that you should be using the same fonts and colors as the rest of the case study, because it all needs to fit together. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna place the photo on the side here as the background, and then I'm simply going to rearrange some of that information. So at the bottom of the photo, I'm gonna make a darker fading gradient, something that we've done in the previous courses already, and it's pretty simple. You just create a gradient with one color fading in to completely transparent on one end. And that way we'll have enough contrast for the text to be visible. Then a larger name in a white font in this case, and then all of the remaining information here. And if something doesn't fit, you can move it to the right side of the photo. So as you can see, I made the name bigger and then I put the quote right under the name. The next step is to rearrange all the other stuff, so the additional information that doesn't fit on the photo because we want more of the photo visible can be placed at the top. One way to differentiate the goals and frustrations is by using colors and check marks. I'm just going to indent them a little bit and create a circle, pick a color from the colors that we already have in the app, so it's going to be the green that we used for the rest of the product, then duplicate it and pick a red that we created for the error messages. If you don't have a red, simply pick a color that matches your primary color. Then using the pen tool, drag a shape of a check mark and make it white, make it a little bit thinner or thicker as you like, and then create an X inside of the red circle. Group them and then duplicate them along the actual goals and frustrations. To make it match the rest of the case study a little bit more, I'm gonna remove the label that says occupation and just gonna drag the Echo Store owner under the name, then make it green. Then I'm gonna use a 60 by 60 red square to align everything just to check if it's in the right place. So just to have the bottom edge on the same level. So just 60 by 60, turn it red and then place it in the bottom left corner of the screen and then move all the text up. And try to use that consistent spacing for everything. What we're gonna do now is to merge the number or the value with the label. So in terms of age, it's gonna be age 35 as one text box, then the education, then the hometown, and then simply place them horizontally on the canvas. In the meantime, I also modified the description label to say about Adam because that's his name, and then I'm gonna bring the goals towards the top, and then all of those things, both the description and the age and education and hometown, are basically about Adam. So what we want here is to also create a way to create 2 columns. So I'm just gonna create 3 of those squares and then distribute them evenly. That way we know that if we move the frustrations part to the right side of that middle square, it's gonna have exactly 2 columns with the gathers of 60. Now let's move the rest of the content up and let's use that same 60 as a guideline of where one section, main section, ends and the other begins. You can use a square half the size of the big one to align within the individual sections. But if you've done my first course on mobile UIs or my YouTube videos on hierarchy, you should probably already know that. Then what you can do is to make the actual data, so the number, the college name, and the city bold, or make it in that green font that we have here, or your like primary accent color, just to make it stand out a little bit. I'm just gonna make it bold but keep the color, but I'm gonna create a rectangle underneath that, make it rounded, make it white, and then add a subtle drop shadow under it. What you can also do is to remove the labels completely, like age, education, and hometown, and then simply add some icons there or some emojis. And don't worry about those emoji fitting the description of the label perfectly. For age, you can do anything you want. You can just add a person there, and that probably would stand for age anyway, and everybody's gonna understand it too. Just because I'm feeling creative today, I'm just gonna add a lightning bolt, because in a way this is kind of how fast the age adds up, but it really doesn't matter. Everybody's gonna understand that this is the age. And that way we came up with our first persona option. One with labels, text labels, the other one with emojis. You can create other custom icons there, or you can try to differentiate it some other way. You can skip the description, for example, or rearrange these things to be in different spots. And always make sure that you're consistent with the rest of the case study. So the same fonts, the same colors for the fonts, and whenever you can, always try to pick the same font sizes as well. So if you have a couple of font sizes already defined, then pick the exact same ones here. Now for the second persona, I'm gonna make a couple of tweaks, like adding some light backgrounds to the age, education, hometown, and job, and then modifying the quote a little bit as well, and a different way to show the goals and frustrations. Instead of just checks and X's, we're gonna do some colorful lines. Then make sure the alignment is right, and if you have too much white space, you can split some of the paragraph text into some separate sentences if it actually makes sense. If it doesn't, don't do that. You can always make your particular case study, this one, a little bit shorter. Even if the other one is longer or taller, they don't have to be the exact same size in terms of height. As long as they're just as wide, you're gonna be completely fine here. I'm going to quickly make a second option here. So I'm just going to duplicate this whole frame, and then instead of a rounded circle in a photo, I'm going to make the photo into a rectangle, a larger one, and then simply modify it in a way that the person is actually in the photo. So it's going to be similar to the first one, but also having a little bit more space on the left side here. So just aligning it so the person is in the frame. And we already have that speech bubble with the quote, which works really well for making the case study a little bit more engaging, but we don't have any space on the top, so I'm just gonna rotate the object, select it with the text, and place it under the person. The persona speech bubbles don't have to be the exact same style that you used for your visual breaks, with having yourself saying something between different sections of the case study. But of course, if they are the same style, it can also be a plus. Okay, now back to the case study. Of course, you can create these in place, but I wanted to be a little bit more focused with this video, so I created a separate page and separate elements for those case studies. And just to separate that character that we have from the case study and from the label, I created a little line, a little gray line underneath that, because that person needs to, if it's cut off like that, it needs to actually be cut off by something. So a line like that is fine. Of course, you can also create a more colorful background there, or a similar background to the one under the survey. But what we want is to first define the section, personas, and then just say what you did. So you created two personas. One is going to be the store owner, the other one the client, or whatever you actually created them. And then I created them in a way where the photos alternate. So in one of them, the photo is on the left, and on the other, it's on the right. This is not necessary, but it's a really good way to make those personas stand out, because if the photos are gonna be in the same spot for both of them, it's gonna make it a little bit harder to read and harder to focus on. And in this case, you simply have two personas with large photos that are helping with an emotional connection, and that's a good thing. In my case, I'm gonna also create some lines above and below, or you can add a little stroke to that entire frame with the personas. Just whatever you do, don't have have them touch each other in terms of the actual elements, because it might clash a little bit or it might make it harder to read. So I left a little bit of space between them. That's the similar space that we used in other places on the case study. But generally, when you have a lot of condensed content like that, it's really good to play around with that white space and keep it on probably the larger side instead of the smaller one. Because if they're all too close together, it's gonna make it difficult to read. And we're not afraid of scrolling. We're not afraid of the recruiters or people viewing the case study or the clients scrolling through it, because it's obviously gonna be a very long document. But having a little bit more space is just gonna help with focus quite a lot. And those faces are gonna also focus attention quite a lot. So make sure that they're diverse, they're different people, and that's gonna help your case study resonate with more people as well. I'm gonna add a little bit more white space on the top just so it actually stands out from the previous section, because it's pretty empty. But if you don't have that section, if you don't have the section with the quote, you can actually have the label and the description a little bit closer to a section with a background like the one above. And then, of course, we could just keep it at this and just drag the ending image of the sandwich right to the personas, but obviously we're gonna make some more sections for this as well. So I'm just gonna drag it to the bottom, and this is basically how you reverse engineer personas from a high fidelity UI project. The main goal, the main thing, the main takeaway here is that you already need to solve some specific problems with the project and then simply write those personas around those problems. So if your app is solving a specific problem, make it the goal or the frustration of one of the personas, because the reason for personas to even exist in a case study is that they are connected to the bigger project. So if they're solving a problem, if your app is solving a problem that these people have, then it's gonna just click all the right boxes in the minds of the recruiters or clients looking at it. And really, they're not gonna read through all of it anyway. Some may think this is cheating, but it actually isn't, because if you go the other way, reverse engineer a UI into a full case study, you are taking all the same steps and you understand how personas are created in the first place and how they're created before the UI if you do it that way as well, because that's the whole goal. And the goal of this case study is not to be a real project with real research. It's to show that you understand how the UX process works so people can hire you, and then you can actually start doing that UX process from the beginning instead of from the end. And doing a case study that way is a faster and easier way to be able to convince more people to trust you with that. And of course, it's up to you to not fail them. But if you're curious, ambitious, and if you're doing those case studies here with the goal of actually learning how it all works, then you're gonna do a great job no matter what. Okay, we got our personas in, so now it's time for the flow diagrams and the low fidelity wireframes. First, we're gonna create a simple flow diagram, and then I'm gonna paste in the wireframes that we created in the How to Present Your Work course. If you don't have that course, you can simply use the ideas that are visible on the screens to the right here. But the first thing that we need to do here is to create a little visual breakdown, because we have quite a lot of information and it's quite dense in the case study. So this is another step in this whole case study process, and this time it's gonna be about starting to design. So I'm just gonna call it that, time to start designing. And because this part comes after the very initial market research and competitive analysis and things like that, you can simply write that after you did all of the previous things, now it was time to create the first flows, and based on that flow, you created the low fidelity wireframes. Now for the flows, to break it down a little bit, I'm gonna paste in the background that we already have in this case study. So the slightly darker but still pretty light background that we had under the Twitter surveys. Now once again, we're gonna need a title and a subtitle, so I'm just gonna copy them from above and then paste them here. I'm gonna call this section the flow diagram, and then I'm gonna simply write that based on everything that happened before in the case study, so everything that's above this section, I created a couple of different flow diagrams, but to save the space and to not make this case study too overwhelming, I'm just gonna present one.
In reality, you might only have that one, but this is okay, it's fine. It doesn't matter as much because it's really important to the recruiters or clients to see if you know how to create a flow diagram, and there's quite a lot of different ways to do that, and they don't need to see all of them for a fake project that's not even a real app. So once again, what we are showing in this case study is that you understand how all of these different techniques and sections and ideas come together. But it doesn't have to be a real project, and it doesn't have to have all of the remaining steps even created. Now I'm gonna grab one of the rectangles with text inside from the top of the case study, but of course you can create one from scratch one more time. And I'm gonna call this one registration because this is going to be the very first step of the process in this particular flow. And because we have a colorful background in the background here, I'm gonna change the color of this to white. And if you want to actually use one that has a shadow in it, you can just copy the properties or copy the style, then go into that shape and paste those properties or that style. Just to make it a little bit more visible, I'm also going to make the text inside the rectangle bold. Now let's group this whole thing. You can create a symbol or a component out of this if you want as well. But just to make it simple, I just grouped it, and I'm gonna call the next one login. We might change it a little bit later, because as we start building our flow, we might realize that some ideas or some concepts might be modified. Now, using the line tool or the path tool, I'm just simply going to create a line between those two objects. It can end right before the next object like this, or it can be almost touching it. And I'm gonna make a circle here as to show where is the end step of the process. So it starts with just the line and ends with the circle. But of course, if you prefer, you might do an arrow. An arrow is actually a little bit more common, but I think the circles will make it a little bit more interesting. And then I'm gonna copy the text, make a smaller version of it, and I'm gonna call it success. Because this is what happened. If you registration completed with a success, you go to the login. And I'm gonna change the color of this to green to match the line. And we have our simple flow. Okay, should we call it a day now? No, we need a little bit more. And now that I created a flow for success, I realized that it's probably also good to write that you created the fail state flows as well, just to show that you're paying attention, and obviously due to the space constraints you're not gonna show them. And generally in the case study, if you're omitting something or if you don't have the time or energy to do something in a lot of different ways, it's always good to write about them in those descriptions that they exist or that you're aware that they should be there. Because the case study doesn't need to show everything, but it needs to state that you are at least aware that things like that exist. The section is called flow diagram, but this particular flow is going to be a little bit more specific. So I'm gonna paste in a smaller title here, and I'm gonna call it client flow for now, because this is going to be a flow for our second persona, the client of those bio eco stores. Even if your app has 5 tabs like mine, you don't really need to create all the tabs in the flow. It's best to just create a couple of the more important ones, because that can also show that at the stage of planning the flow, you planned it a little bit simpler and then you added functionality on the next stages or during the high fidelity designs. This can show that you are aware that this is a process. It's not really set in stone from the beginning. So my main division of the app is gonna be the profile, where you edit your data, browse nearby to see selected stores in your area, and then simply searching individual products. These are the 3 main categories that clients can have. Now, because there is a choice for the client to go to one of those 3, and they are on the same level of importance or similar one, they're gonna be horizontally distributed like that. The profile will have payment details and possibly later also a way to edit your account data. In Browse Nearby we'll have a store list, and then in Search Product we'll have a product list. The good thing about using blocks like that to create the flow is that you can modify it at any point, so you don't really have to have it in your head already. You can try to assign things into the right spot like this, so I'm adding shopping bag here, but then when you start thinking about it, you might start adding the next parts of the flow. So after the shopping bag, it's gonna be the checkout, then it's gonna be the payments or the delivery, and then it's gonna be the final rating that you give to the store, so whether you are happy with the purchase or not. And I already see that I'm gonna modify this flow a little bit, but we're gonna do it a little bit later. First, let's start connecting things. So I'm gonna select everything and then I'm gonna center it because that flow is gonna just simply look a little bit better that way. So after you log in, you can go to either one of the three main tabs. So I'm just gonna use a straight line to connect the middles of those two rectangles from login to browse nearby, but then we need to go and do some bendy lines. So I'm gonna do a straight line, then a diagonal one, and then bend it by clicking and holding. And you can always fix that bend if it's not really right. And then a straight line again horizontally, then another bend, and then a vertical straight line like this. It takes some practice if you never use the path tool, but it's really not that difficult and you can edit it at any point. There are plugins that can help you with that, but I would advise to first learn how to do it manually anyway. And you can duplicate a line like that and then simply drag it onto the opposite side horizontally to create a mirrored horizontal version. And as you can see here, it's not perfect, so I'm gonna press enter on it and drag one of the handles a little bit so the line is more straight here. Then I'm gonna fix the other one as well, because this is simply going diagonally and it should just go right down. And as you can see, once you move that line, it changes a little bit. So knowing that, you can modify it into the exact way that you want it. And I want to have those lines green as well with the same thickness and the same style. If you're doing arrows, you might end those lines a little bit above the fields, but I'm doing those little circles because I think they're a little bit more original. So I'm just gonna copy the circles and just place them in the middle of each section, and if that line doesn't go through exactly the middle of the rectangle, you can always modify it by just simply dragging and stretching it. Some people prefer to go fast, so simply create some lines connecting those objects but not really perfect looking ones, and then adjust them as the entire flow is complete. But I'm gonna go the opposite route here, so I'm just gonna first fix the lines and then create the rest of the flow. And in the profile, we're also gonna have the standard account information that you can modify. So there's gonna be two different sections, and I'm just gonna duplicate this line here that we have and drag it like this. You can resize it, and then of course you might have to modify the actual bends of the line, but it's pretty easy, just press enter. And if you have straight lines like this is also going to be quite easy to duplicate and just paste it. Just make sure that those lines go through the exact center of the rectangle. Now it's gonna be a little bit easier because the next two are going down as well, so there's not gonna be any bendy lines here. I'm just gonna copy that one straight line that we had. You can either move it in place or just copy and paste it. And of course, make sure that the circle, if you're using circles, or the arrow tip, if you're using arrows, is in the middle horizontally and vertically of your lines. So it has to look good right away, because our brains are picking those little details out, and if something is a little bit off, then it's gonna destroy the perception of the diagram. Now that I have a lot more options already outlined in the diagram, I realized it's probably best to call it the main client flow, because there can be some other flows, and I'm gonna make that title a little bit larger and then simply center it above the diagram. To save space, I'm gonna place checkout, delivery, and review in the same line and then simply connect them with one-way lines. That way we'll have a little bit more space for the diagram. It's gonna look better. So in this case, it's gonna be a simple one-way path, so they can simply be in one line. It doesn't really matter. There are some rules, with diagrams that you can adhere to, but it's not really that necessary because nobody is expecting those diagrams to be completely perfect in terms of like the semantics of them. So now I'm gonna connect the store list and the product list to the next section using those lines that we already have, just kind of stretching them out a little bit and reversing their direction. And as you can see, they're not really looking perfect. There's some problems with the bends here, so just press enter and then fix it. And you can fix it to be more bendy, less bendy, it's just up to you, but make sure that those lines are roughly straight and that there's no issues with those bends, because if they look bad, it's also going to be subconsciously noticed. If there's just one line going through or from a rectangle, it's best so it starts in the middle. Of course, if there are two, like in this case, it's best there's a little bit of gap between the circles or the arrowheads. And of course I started connecting it wrong, because right now looking at it, I realized that the store list will eventually bring you to the product list too. So you can either see a product list of what's in store or simply search products to see the product list. But then the next step is not going to be the shopping bag. So I'm just going to duplicate that rectangle and move it aside. The next step is going to be the product details screen, because from the product list, you go into the details and then you decide whether you want to purchase it or not. So the logical next step here is going to be product detail. Okay, now let's use those same lines that we have to connect product detail to the shopping bag. So this is going to be one way that we're connecting these things. And then, of course, if you're in the shopping bag, because you just added a product to the shopping bag, you can still go back to shop some more. So you can go back to the product list. And I'm pressing enter and just clicking on those points to either remove them or to extend them, so I can drag them to make the line longer like this. So in this case, from the shopping bag, we're gonna need one more set of lines that goes starting at the shopping bag and back to the product list. Now I picked the main accent color, which is the green, for the primary flow. So this is like the standard going one-way street. But of course you can go back sometimes, and in this case I'm gonna make this line a little bit different. Of course, first we need to place all the circles in all the right spots. So in this case it's gonna be a circle here and then a circle at the top. But because this flow is optional, so you don't need to add another product unless you really want to, you can make this line look dashed, for example, or dotted. What I also like to do is to make the circles that I do in that flow a little bit smaller, because this is also an optional flow. And what you can do here still is to modify the color of that line to be a little bit darker. But first, before we get to that, we can write what happens here. So basically that means that second possibility, that is somebody added a product to the shopping bag but decided they want some other products in there as well. So I'm just simply going to create that label, rotate it, and always rotate them the same way. So if you rotate them to the left, like in my case, all the vertical text should be rotated the same way. I'm gonna add one for add to bag as well, just to show it. But of course, you don't need to add the text to all of the lines that you have, just some main sections, because it's obviously understandable that everything that is happening here has some sort of an action between it, but you don't really need to add all of it, or the flow is simply going to be unreadable. So just the main ones, or a couple of main ones, just to show that you understand how a flow like this works. Now, to simplify it a little bit, I'm gonna go back and instead of the login screen or the login rectangle, I'm gonna call it home. And simply the process from registration to getting to home, I'm gonna call login successful. This is a big oversimplification, but in most cases it's gonna be fine because a lot of the login and registration processes in apps are practically the same. So outlining login processes as a flow doesn't really make sense because it doesn't really contribute too much, unless your login is very specific in some way. Now let's add something to the end of the flow. So after you complete a successful review, you can either go to the home screen or to browse nearby. And I think the browse nearby could be an even better version because it puts you in the context of actually shopping some more. And yeah, fixing those bendy lines first, just to make sure. And you can drag the points as well as the handles like this to make those lines look the right exact way that you want them to. And once you click the last one on the top, you can use the path tool to actually create that additional missing line here. So just click on it, use the path tool, and I'm gonna go a diagonal one and bend this as well. Now, since I already have a dashed line style for those optional paths or the secondary paths, I'm just gonna copy the style or the properties from that line that we already have here and then paste them onto the line. And then I'm gonna call this path back to browse, because this is basically what happens. You left a review and then you can go back to browsing the products, or you can close the app altogether. And we have that smaller dot here, so let's place it here. And if it's not in the center of the line, you can make the dot a little bit bigger or move the line. In my app, I have a secondary darker green, so I changed those secondary flow lines into that color and the circles as well. That's gonna make it a little bit clearer to look at. If you have text near those secondary colored line, you can change the color of that text to match them as well. Now, if you have some longer lines like I have under the Home tab, I can actually write some additional things on them. So from Home, you can go to Search by Product, for example, and into the profile, you can go to View or Edit the profile. And that's just a simple way to adding a little bit more context and also just using up the white space. So I'm just gonna call this Profile View. Now we can create a tertiary line using one of the secondary ones, because there can be a case where this is the first time that somebody's using the product, and at checkout they need to go and add the payment details. So I'm gonna just connect checkout to payment details here. If after a lot of stretching your line starts to act up, you can always start it from scratch. And also to show that this option is tertiary, I'm just gonna decrease the opacity of it, but also you can simply use a lighter color of the secondary one. And I'm gonna call this one if no payment added, because that basically says what happens. So if you're at checkout but you don't have a payment method, you're just gonna go to the payment details. And then of course you're gonna go back to checkout from there. So I'm just gonna first duplicate the circle that we have. And in here I'm not gonna use opacity because it's just gonna look bad. So I'm gonna use the color picker to pick the color from the secondary line. Now this tertiary flow, in this case, of course, after you add the payment details, will go to the delivery process. So I'm just gonna duplicate that tertiary line and then simply connect payment details to delivery. Try to keep the similar level of bending in those lines. So if there is like a rounded corner like this, try to keep it roughly as rounded in every place. But of course, it doesn't have to be super precise. Just avoid ones that are very sharp next to ones that are not. Now adding the circle at the end of that little tertiary flow, and we're practically done here, but of course we can create an annotation for the tertiary one as well, called payment updated or payment added. And we have our partial main client flow completed, so we can adjust the background height to match the contents, and then simply get the title and the description text, simply duplicate it and place it underneath, because we're gonna call this the low fidelity wireframes. The exact way that I created those low fidelity wireframes is, as I said, in the how to present your work course. But generally, if you want to know how to present them well, the best simple idea is that you can do it in two ways. One is to create them in pen and paper, then take a photo of them and cut them out as individual screens and then create a little bit of a grid from them, or simply convert your actual screens to digital low fidelity like the ones here. What I added to them is, once you set a grid, you don't have to have a lot of them. So just 3 or 4 or 5 different elements is completely fine. And you can form them into a flow, or you can select little elements on them, like for example what a button does, and simply indicate where in the flow that button takes you. And usually 1 per screen is completely enough. Just make sure to use similar colored lines and text to the flow diagram above. And of course you can also use the pen and paper or pencil and paper, as in my case, low fidelity wireframes, and also do the exact same thing. I took a photo of the piece of paper that I created those wireframes on, and then simply added little dots like that. In terms of the flows, you can have dots on both sides, or you can keep it on just one side, like in the flow diagram. But if you keep the consistent way of showing those little flow elements, so we start with the flow, and then we have some wireframes, and then we add some additional overlays, visual overlays like this to it, it's just gonna make it all look connected and look right. If you're making a couple of different case studies, it's good to have one pencil and paper wireframe or set of wireframes in one case study and then digital ones in the next. That will show the recruiters or clients that you can do both, which is really good. Many case studies showcase a huge set of low fidelity wireframes, like almost the entire flow. But in reality, you don't really need to do that if you already have a pretty advanced and robust case study like this one. If you just show a couple of wireframes, that will show the recruiters or clients that you took the time and you actually sketched something out before applying the high fidelity, even though if in reality we actually did it the other way around. And yes, doing low fidelity wireframes from high fidelity simply means that you're gonna take a piece of paper and a pencil and you're gonna draw what you already created, just kind of reducing the detail. And that way we end up with three sections. First, there's gonna be the visual breakup that's saying that, okay, we did some initial research ideation phases and now we go to the actual designing, and we start designing not by high fidelity designs, but by sketching out the flow and creating some low fidelity wireframes. This just shows that you can do all that. And nobody is going to really count whether you have enough low fidelity wireframes or whether you outlined the entire flow of the app. Nobody cares. If it's a partial flow, it's just fine. If there is a couple of wireframes, as long as they're presented in a more interesting way or somehow connected to the flow like we did here with the lines, it's all gonna be good. And if instead of little circles or dots you prefer to use arrows, you're completely free to do so. Just make sure that the arrowheads that you're using are not distorted or stretched out or looking weird. They need to be all consistent and preferably similar size as well. And in most cases, that much low fidelity is enough for a case study. It's enough to show that you understand how it all works, and that's the whole point here. Okay, we got some low fidelity wireframes in. Now time to add some high fidelity designs, and of course we have them on the top and on the bottom of the case study, so let's not add the exact same images here. First I'm gonna create a heading, and it's gonna be just high fidelity UI design. Then in the description, write what you did. So once the initial flow was complete and you created all the wireframes and all the flow diagrams, you started planning what you're gonna design in high fidelity, playing around with colors, fonts, and everything around those high fidelity screens. It doesn't have to be super specific, just basically mention what you did. If you've created more different mockup styles and you have another one that's different to the one that's on the top and the bottom, you can of course insert it in this section as well. But it's definitely not everything that should be in this section. Of course, in some case studies, you can keep it simple and have all of the other low fidelity stuff, the flows and the research in, and just have one or two mockups like this for high fidelity, but generally it's good to include a little bit more. Not just the mockups, because there are decisions in high fidelity design that you can also write about. These decisions include things like fonts, colors, decorations, and more. So I'm gonna create a new section, and to differentiate it better from the wireframes, I'm going to add a background to it. And then simply I'm gonna write a little bit more about what I'm doing here. So I started by defining the fonts and colors, and of course that's what we're gonna do now. If you already did your high fidelity designs, you obviously have a palette. So we have our main green in this case, the yellow, the dark brown, and another shade of green, and of course the white background. So I can use that. And if you have different colors in your app, then obviously you need to put those colors here. I'm gonna use circles, but you can use rectangles, squares, or even triangles, doesn't matter. If your app, for example, has some triangular shapes in it, it can be consistent to use triangles here. Don't be committed to just one way of showing the colors. You can be a little bit more creative. You can create a pie chart showing the 5 main colors in your app and showing the percentages of how often they're used. For example, which one is the primary, which one is the accent, which is the call to action, which is the secondary, and so on. So there are different ways. There is no one good way of doing this. One good way of showing the colors though is to line it up in a way where the colors naturally flow together. So like in this case, I have the light green on the left, then there's a darker green, and then even a darker shade. And then at the end, I can put the last through colors because they're not really that important in the app. But also what you could start with is to start with the white background, then have the yellow, then the light green, then the dark green, and then the dark brown, to have it more in terms of like the actual darkness of the colors degrading. Now we use plus Jakarta Sans in the project and in the case study, but of course if you use the different font, then pick that font and then create something like this. Some capital letters, some lowercase letters, and you don't need to create the entire alphabet. So just one line of those is completely enough. Now we're gonna need a label, so I'm gonna go to one of the top sections and I'm gonna select both the label and the bold text underneath, because having two lines like that is actually going to make it look a little bit more professional. So first, the label is gonna be color palette, and then in the sublabel you can simply define them. So the first one is the accent, then the primary, secondary, tertiary, and background. But of course you can call them differently, and if you have less colors in your product, that's completely fine. You can have 2 or 3, that's okay. And also make sure that if the line is too long, so don't make it overlap the second column, simply make it multi-line like that. And in this case, simply write the fonts that you used. So I'm just gonna call it font. And for the font, I'm gonna say that it's Plus Jakarta Sans. That's one of my favorite free fonts. And then I'm simply outlining the different weights of the font that are used in the product. And as usual with case studies, white space is king, so it just makes it a lot easier to read if there's more space between sections, so I just moved it down a little bit. Now, since we already used this idea of lines with circles at the end, or arrows if you prefer, to annotate some things and show some flows, you can reuse it again. That will make the entire case study consistent. So you can select just one of the colors and simply pick a slightly different hue because we already used the lighter one, so they're visible on top of each other. And then let's add a circle on the top. Let's pick the same color for this. And then let's simply say in a font that's also consistent with the rest of the case study what this color is and what it does. You don't need to write it about all of them. This is just to outline or showcase the most important color of the entire product. Then make it a little bit smaller and have this little additional label here. And if you have more than one font, for example, you have a handwritten font for signatures in the app, you can do the same thing. So you can add another line with that font and then add a little bit of like a label with a line like that that says that this is used just for signatures. And now we're gonna add one more section that's very specific to this app. I'm gonna call it Organic Look and Feel because the app is all about organic products. And as a description, I'm gonna write that this style was achieved using natural decorative elements as PNGs of leaves and vegetables, because this is how we added some life into the product. Those floating leaves, some of them blurred, those apples, carrots, and everything is what's making this app stand out and be more friendly. I went to the actual design file and grabbed those assets, and some of them have shadows, some don't, so we'll need to make that consistent. So in the case of the second leaf, I'm gonna make it smaller as well, and as before, the shadow is done by simply duplicating this entire object and then adding a blur to it. And in Figma it's layer blur, in Sketch it's just blur. And this blur can be a little bit higher, and then simply move the blur a little bit lower under the main leaf, or simply move the leaf higher, like that. And then it just casts a shadow that's a little bit more colorful. Under the avocados we already have this thing, so I'm just gonna add those things here just to showcase what kind of decorative elements we use to make this entire product look as it looks. So this is what contributed to the UI being friendly and fun. Of course, if you used some gradients in the background or some shapes like circles or triangles, you can showcase those here. It doesn't have to be images. The point is to show what makes your app different, what's the defining factor in terms of the visuals. And then we can drag this whole mockup element here, and we're gonna add a couple more things to it still. I'm making this case study very, very long on purpose. That's because I'm showing you a lot of different ideas, but of course you can experiment with them. So you can actually remove some of the sections, you can make some of the sections a little bit smaller with less elements in them, and it's still going to be fine. What you need to do while making a lot more case studies than just one is to simply play around with all of these ideas. So I'm just grabbing the PNGs of my screens that I have here and making them a little bit smaller. And of course the roundness of the corners also shrinks, so I'll need to adjust that in a second. But first let's make them into a grid of screens, and it's gonna be a simple horizontal line of screens basically. Then decrease the corner radius, and we are showing that we created quite a lot of different screens for the app. I'm gonna add a slight shadow to it, so like white of 6 and blur of 12 with 15% opacity. And if it's on a white background, you can leave the normal natural gray color of the shadow. I pasted in another thing that I did in the How to Present Your Work course, which is showing the different stages of the same design. And of course, I actually started with the high fidelity one. Then I reversed engineered it to a low fidelity wireframe that's done digitally by simply modifying and simplifying the elements of the high fidelity. And then using a pencil and a piece of paper, I recreated that low fidelity wireframe that way. And that way we can show a couple of stages of the design. And of course, normally you start probably with the pen and paper or with the low fidelity digital one and then go to the high fidelity. But since we're going the other way around, we can simply add it this way. And of course, we can add a title here as well. And it's really good to actually write how many screens you created in high fidelity. So I'm just going to write that it was 39, but you don't really need to show all of them. This is kind of something that while browsing through the case study, people will notice, and they will notice that yes, there's a lot of screens, there is a mockup, there are wireframes, and they say there's 39 high fidelity designs. That means that these people that done this case study are hardworking, and this is something that people are really looking for while hiring. And just to explain why there are so many screens in a rather simple app, I'm also going to say that I played around with two different navigation patterns. So there is a tab bar and a hamburger menu, and that can be used for A/B testing in further design stages. This is very simple, but also shows that you're thinking ahead. So you're not committing to just one concept of how the app should look or work, but you're playing around with it. And of course, we can copy this style of annotation that we already have, and simply, since you mentioned tab bars, we can write that this is an example of one of those chosen ideas, one of those tab bar navigations. And even if you don't have the hamburger menu here, that's fine. If you just have the one and it connects with the description, it's completely okay. If you've, for example, done a couple of different background versions, like in my app, I have some completely purely one color backgrounds, some white backgrounds, and then some Aurora style backgrounds with some blurred images and blurred colors. So in this case, I can actually point out to the background. So the person viewing the case study will notice that I pay attention to even the little details that can be interesting to actually test. So whether these ideas of the backgrounds are contributing or not. So that's gonna be the Aurora style blurred background on this screen. And I'm simply pointing it out. And of course you can add that to the description as well. You can add it to the description by saying that we also tested simple backgrounds and we also tested Aurora style backgrounds. And for that we can actually create additional block of text and simply write about the backgrounds. It's good to have at least two of these things. So in my case, it's two different navigation patterns and two different background styles. But of course, you can create more, and don't go too far. Don't go to have like so many different things being tested that it becomes kind of a mess. Being focused on two or maybe three is completely enough. And that also shows that you go a little bit beyond just the visuals, because you tested a couple of different options. You tested a simple white background, and then you tested a little bit more dribble style background. In the mini course on how to present your work, I also showed a different way of showcasing your mockups. And this way includes additional elements that are sometimes overlapping the design like this. And of course, if you go with this option, it doesn't fit this particular case study because all the other mockups are done in a different way. But if you go with this version, you can use the same idea of overlapping shapes like that between sections and in different places of the entire case study. There's one other potentially good idea to use, and for that I'm going to duplicate one of the screens that I have here and simply paste it a little bit below the main section here, and I'm going to make it bigger. And by stretching it, I'm going a little bit fast, so I might have stretched it a little bit out of proportion, but you'll get the idea, and try to keep it in proportion because that is going to make it a lot easier for alignment. So I'm just going to call this section alignment and grid, and if you use the red square method or any other method to actually align it, you can write about the different grid that you picked, and in my case it's going to be an 8-point grid. To show that there is an understanding of proper hierarchy within groups, I'm writing that within groups is going to be 8 and 16 for the margins, and then between groups is going to be the largest number, so it's going to be 24, 32 and 48 depending on basically the type of group and the type of content. This section is of course completely optional. You can choose to use it instead of another section. So in my case, I can actually skip the one with just 3 mockups almost right under the main definitions and instead use this. Or I can use the 3 mockups and then use this in another case study. So as I said, I'm showing you a lot of different ideas, but you don't have to use all of them in all of your case studies. Try to mix and match them in different case studies and different projects. So I'm gonna use a background for this, so it's a little bit more visible. Then I'm gonna place the screen in the middle and add a shadow so it's a little bit more visible around the edges. Then the standard shadow technique of using double the Y value for the blur and then 15% opacity for the actual shadow. Okay, now what we're gonna do here is we're gonna outline the distances that we used to create the layout. So for this, you can use the red squares, of course, and that's one option, but I'm gonna show you another option. So I'm just gonna create those little lines with perpendicular endings on them. Now keep in mind that it might take you a while to align it correctly, and sometimes the Y value, for example, is gonna be with a decimal, so if you remove that, it might be easier. Just green for all of the other annotations and flows, but for this particular thing we need to pick a different color. And if you have a red in your entire project, it's good to use red because it actually works really well to showcase this. In a lot of design tools, these lines and these alignment elements are red as well. So what I'm doing here is I'm rotating them around, and depending on the actual values, I'm gonna make them smaller or larger. The values here are a little bit out of proportion because the screen might be a little bit stretched, but that's fine. Nobody's going to actually measure it with pixels. It's more just to show that you picked a consistent grid and consistent spacing for the actual app. It doesn't really matter if it doesn't super perfectly align here. Whenever you can, try to distribute those elements, those little lines, all along the screenshot. So don't keep them only on the top of the screenshot. You can set the different distances between different elements here and try to be basically going all around the image because we're gonna add annotations on the sides here. So I'm gonna add a couple of smaller ones as well. Using the line tool or the path tool, I'm gonna create a horizontal line coming from one of these additional distance elements, and I'm gonna make the color of it a little bit darker, but from our palette, and you can change it to a dashed line if you wish, or make it a little bit more transparent. We don't want it to be too overwhelming, and what we're gonna do here is gonna write the distances. So for the side margins I used 32 points, and this is something that I tried to keep consistent throughout. And you can pick the same color for the text here, or you can keep it darker, that's up to you. It doesn't have to be super precise or super visible. Of course, it has to be readable somehow. But the main goal of this entire thing is to show that the distances that you picked for the screens and for this entire design are not random. So for example, if we have the same distance vertically, you can create two horizontal lines and then simply merge them this way. So I'm just gonna create a line between the horizontal lines and then additional line that leads to the actual annotation. There is no real gold standard of doing this. The point is not to follow some practice. The point is to have the annotations to show that you actually picked the distances based on something. And yeah, this distance was 24. It might not look like it, but in the actual design it was. If you have another instance when there are two distances that are the same close to one another, you can then duplicate this entire object, simply make it a little bit shorter and then drag one of the points, just press enter on it and drag one of the points to touch the second line. And just like that, you'll have another way to annotate. So I'm just gonna simply grab the horizontal line, place it in the middle here, and then add the next number. In this case, it's gonna be 16 points. Then repeat the process on all sides, and that's the whole goal of this. To repeat the process to have at least 3 on each side of different distances and to show that those numbers are consistent. So first of all, if you chose an 8-point grid, you can actually divide all of those numbers by 8. That's pretty important. But the main goal is to show that these numbers are not random. The main goal is to show that you actually picked a grid and you try to stick to it across all of the screens. If you want, you can actually do it on more than one mockup. So you can create, for example, 2 or 3 smaller screens like that, and then add annotations to them to show that there is consistency across the entire product. I added 1 because it's gonna make it simpler to actually explain it to you. But just be curious, play around. It's all about having fun and showing that you understand what you're doing. So just for consistency, I added that 16-point annotation on the other side as well. There's one more thing that you can annotate the same way that's also pretty important and often overlooked. I'm gonna make a square on top of one of the icons just to show the touch target of it. And of course, this screen is not full resolution, the screenshot that we have in the background. So the touch target is not going to be the size that I actually created it, you need to actually remember what the touch target was. And I'm gonna paste the style from the line because we want that little square to actually have that dashed line of our other annotations. But in this case, we also want a background, a fill background that actually covers it a little bit. We want the icon to be visible, but we also want that touch target to be visible as an actual button here. And you can add another line to it and simply write that this is going to be 40 by 40 or 44 by 44, just to show that you understand the touch target idea as well. Because some people might think that you picked a small icon like 16 by 16 and then nobody's gonna be able to actually tap it. So icon bounding box for easier tapping basically can be something like 44 by 44. And now that I have this darker, smaller font here, I actually like it. So I'm gonna copy the properties of it and I'm gonna paste the properties to all of the other annotations that I have. It's gonna make it consistent and a little bit more readable. But of course you can go with larger and slightly brighter font if you prefer. If you change a font like that, however, make sure that this font is properly aligned to the lines because it sometimes just moves up and down a little bit, and if it breaks apart like this, it's gonna destroy this whole first impression of the section because you're trying to show that you're good at aligning things and then the actual way of showing your alignment skills is badly aligned. So yeah, fix that definitely. And of course, make sure that the distances between the sections are pretty consistent as well. So for example, I have a little bit of space here in the background to the text label saying alignment and grid. So I want it to be roughly or exactly the same distance as on that white background above to the text description. And of course, this is a pretty large high fidelity section. You don't have to use all of these ideas. Just make sure that in this section, if you already have high fidelity mockups on the top and on the bottom, as I said, a UI sandwich for a case study, don't use the same mockups in here. You can use some of the same screens, but whenever you can, try to show different screens and different mockups and different ways of showcasing your work. From my experience, this high fidelity section in a case study is one of the sections that people actually stop at the most. They actually read it the most, they are actually the most interested because it speaks to them. It speaks to them on an emotional level. And just showing that you picked the right colors and that you had an idea for some nice decoration and that the font was chosen and then used deliberately throughout all the screens and consistently, it's going to speak volumes to your work ethic, and this is good. In some cases, you might even want to create a case study with just the high fidelity part. If you do, however, make sure that it's not one of the first 3 case studies on your portfolio. So the first 3 should have probably a lot more research and a lot of different sections, the more the better. But then the last 2 or 3 or 5 can have a little bit more high fidelity oriented approach, and this is all fine. Make sure to add 1 or 2 little sections on research, but then you can have a more high fidelity oriented case study as well. This is all good. This shows that you took an approach in which you're taking everything into account, but you don't really need to showcase all the same skills over and over again. If somebody read your first case study and they see that you know how to do research, and then in the second case study they see that you know how to do a different kind of research, then when they go to the next case studies, it's just to confirm that you know what you're doing, and you don't need to have all of that data repeated over and over. Sometimes a smaller and purely UI oriented case study is also a nice breath of fresh air. So keep that in mind, and of course be sure to experiment, to mix and match the sections and to come up with your own ideas for them. I'm just giving you a basic guideline on how to think about your case study and a couple of ideas on how I approached mine. But be creative with it because there are almost no ways of doing them wrong if you follow the right process and if you show that you're taking the informed decisions in all that you do in design. And while you're at it, remember to also differentiate the section backgrounds because there's nothing worse than a case study with just one background color repeated over and over, and then you scroll through it and the sections start to blend together and you don't know what you're looking at. Those colorful backgrounds that I have here are helping with the structure in a big way. Not an overwhelming way though, as it would be with like a more strongly contrasty background, but still. So at this stage, when you can, actually play around, go back to the beginning of the case study and play around with the fonts, the colors, the backgrounds to make sure that there is consistency, but also to make sure that it's readable. So there is nothing too condensed anywhere. If there is a lot of content to process in a very small space, it's going to make it more difficult, and we don't want that. We can add a lot of white space if necessary, just to make it more readable and more fun to browse. So treat your entire case study and your entire portfolio like a high fidelity project, even if you have low fidelity or research elements in it. Okay, time for the next sections. We're gonna start with a prototype and how we can show the prototype in a case study, and then we're gonna play around with showing how you can research the project that you made on some users. So I called it a mini usability study, but you can call it anything you want. This is one of the most important parts of any case study, so please pay attention. If you already have your high fidelity designs, you might have already created a prototype, a high fidelity clickable prototype, but you can still show a couple of screens or a very simple short flow in the case study of that prototype, and then also if you have one completed, then simply give a link to it. So what I'm gonna do here is to create a new section with a title, description, and 3 screens that follow one another in the flow. It's not the full entire flow of the app, but this is enough to show how you created the flow diagram. If you include a link, 3 is gonna be enough. But of course, if you have more, you can make those screens smaller and create the flow similar to the flow diagram that we have above, but instead of the little rectangles, simply use the actual screens and connect individual buttons to the right places. And in the description, simply write what you did, so how many screens you connected into the prototype, and then we need to give a reason for it. So the main reason for a prototype is to test it with a first group of users. So basically to test if the app is actually doing what it's supposed to, if it's resonating with the users, if it's easy to use, and if there are no red flags or no pain points to be experienced in that very initial concept. You can use some of the lines that you created before for the flow diagram here, or simply create new ones. And in this case, just to make it different and just to show you how you can make it different a little bit easier, I'm gonna make arrows here instead of those little dots at the end of the lines. You can create the arrowhead with just 2 lines connected together, or you can use a rectangle like this. I created a square and then simply pressed enter and dragged one of the points to the other one, so that created a triangle. Then I'm simply gonna rotate it 45 degrees and change the color to the color of the line. And that way we have a very simple arrowhead. If the arrowhead is not in the center, make sure the proportions are locked and then simply make it a little bit smaller and until it just fits in the middle. For the second part of the flow, I'm gonna use the bandy line that we created in the flow diagram. And I want to show what happens if you tap not on the add to bug button, but instead on the card itself. So on the avocado image or the price. So what will happen is simply you're gonna go to a product detail screen. And of course, I'm gonna fix the band here a little bit by dragging the handles and the points that are bending. This is something that we've done previously, so you should be pretty comfortable with this. So drag and stretch the object until it's in the center of where you want it to be. So basically in the center of the card like this. And then I'm gonna press enter again and then just drag this little point here. And then I can duplicate the arrowhead and simply paste it on the other side and move it to the second arrow. This is a very simple and straightforward flow. It's actually probably even too simple, but that's okay. You don't really need to show a super complex flow in your portfolio or in your case study. The idea is to show that you understand how those flows work. So I'm gonna do something completely obvious here, and I'm gonna create back arrows linking to the previous screen. And for that, I'm gonna use the secondary line style from our flow diagram, because this is basically what it does. This is the secondary action here. So the secondary action is a dashed line, and I'm gonna use the same arrowhead, just kind of rotate it and pick the color from the lines so it matches. And in this case, if it's the back action, we don't need to place the arrow on the actual screen. You can go a little bit further from it, kind of like this, because that shows that it's just directing it into the second screen, and then I'm just gonna duplicate it so it basically goes back. So this is a very, very simple flow. But in most cases, nobody's gonna pay too much attention to your flows. The idea is, first of all, that whenever you can have a clickable high fidelity prototype and link it here, so they can actually click on it and play around with the flow on their own. So this visual here is just to show that you understand how that flow works. And of course, it's not rocket science. It's basically connecting buttons using arrows to screens and then connecting them back with the back button. You can add little annotations over the arrows, but it's best to add them only on the forward going ones. Okay, so we have a very simple prototype here. Whenever you can create one that has 6 or 7 screens in a flow like this, and they can be at different heights, so it doesn't have to be linear like mine. I just showed you an example of how to approach this. If you show more screens, then you might be able to get away without having the link to the actual clickable prototype. But I'm gonna add a link here. It's not gonna be a real link, but just to show you. And of course, then if you export it as a PDF, you can simply use a PDF annotation tool to make that link into something people can actually click. So yeah, if you have a link, that's perfect. If you don't have a link, then definitely add more than 3 screens to the presentation of the high fidelity prototype, and possibly write a sentence or 2 more about how you arrived at this particular flow and why you picked it to show it here. Now, a full usability study is actually pretty tough to do, and it's not something that is really expected from junior designers. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna call our little research prototype validation. And basically what I'm gonna write here is that I validated my prototype with 3 users, and these can be really family members or friends. It doesn't really matter, and it doesn't really matter if what they give you is real, true insight that is for the benefit of the product, because remember, this product doesn't exist and it's not going to exist. It's just a portfolio project. So the point is just to show that you understand how to test with users. That's the whole goal. It's not to get amazing insights to fix a non-existent product. Now, this next part is something that is pretty much in all of those validations, so try to maybe paraphrase it a little bit. But just say that each of your users were given a small part of the main flow, possibly something like I have above. So just to create a single task, and that task for them would be to, for example, get to the details screen from the category screen, or complete a successful checkout with 3 products. So add them all to cart and then add the payment method and then checkout. And you can say how you conducted the study. So if it was your friends and you did it in person, then you can say it was done in person on a phone and you asked them questions in real life. But of course, you can also do it over a Zoom call if your friends are remote, and basically say what the script for this entire study was. So first of all, you introduced the user to the product, you told them what the app is supposed to do and what's the goal of it, and then you ask them a couple of questions and watch them play around with the prototype. As I said before, the idea is to assign a task to them. So add a couple of products to the cart. How would you do that? And then simply ask them and listen to what they have to say. If they say the right things, so first I click the right category to find the right products, then I click add to the shopping bag, and that's it. Then you see that there's a successful flow. And this is what you want to achieve. But of course, if you get unsuccessful flows that they don't know what to click or they don't know what a particular button does, you also have to write about that. Don't worry about sounding too scientific. Nobody's expecting that. So I'm going to create another little section here called study results. And this is going to be the most writing that we've done probably in one entire section of this entire case study, but this is okay. So first of all, let's say that 2 out of 3 people have completed this flow in a certain way. So 2 out of 3 users. So in my case, I'm gonna say that 2 out of 3 users didn't know how to get to the product details because they thought that the only available button for them was add to the shopping bag, so the one under those little cards. And they didn't know that they can actually tap on the avocado or the banana and read more about the product. But of course, the tasks that you give to your users and the flows that you will be giving them are gonna be different, so you need to make sure that you're writing about what actually happened in those studies. So you need to write that 2 out of 3 users didn't complete the flow, and that means that something is unclear about it, and try to probably predict what that can be, and you can ask the users as well, but don't be too direct and too precise about that, because it's not your job at this point to give the right answer. Your job is to evaluate what you have and find out, okay, there are some issues, and you may arrive at the right answer by doing a redesign of part of that flow, and then simply making another usability study or another little test like this to see if it works right now. So I'm gonna call the next section prototype update concept, and I'm gonna be completely honest here. Because of time constraints and because this is just a portfolio project, I wasn't able to run a second test. Because of course, if you are able to do so many tests on just one portfolio project, then sure, write about them. But you have to have a couple of case studies like this in your portfolio, so usually there's just no way to do them all. But you can have an update, a proposed design for another study, and simply don't conduct that study because, as I said before, this is not a real product. This is just to show that you understand how this entire UX process works, and it works by testing something, finding out what the users are confused by, writing about it as we just did, and then proposing an update or a fix. So I made that fix. I modified the text on the button, so instead of adding to the cart at this point, I'm gonna say that this is gonna be just view more or read more or find out more about the product, so more info. And it doesn't really matter what you do here, just make a change that basically comes from the study. So if the users are confused by something, then modify that something. But it doesn't have to be 100% right. This is something that a second test or a second study would test and evaluate. So this is something that would actually come out in the subsequent study. And since we did just one, we're just gonna write about what we propose for the update. We show the updated screen and write about the fact that, of course, in the perfect world, we would do the next study and test if this new version works. But the goal is that we tested something, it came out wrong or a little bit off, and then we proposed what we'll be testing next. And this is exactly what recruiters and clients are looking for in your process. What you can do also here is to grab one of those little annotations that we had here and show what you changed, because some people might completely miss it. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna add that annotation to the more info button, and I'm gonna say that it used to be a button that was adding to cart, but instead right now this is the only action on the card that is gonna take you to the product details where you can add it to cart, add it to favorites, or do some other things with it. And tapping on the button and on the actual fruit or the actual image is gonna be doing the same thing. So yeah, what I'm gonna do here is to just increase the size of that line a little bit so it sticks from outside of the screen, because we want the annotations to be outside, and write a short description what happened, so what we changed and why. So the idea is to simplify the flow, so people don't have two actions on a small card like they had before. And those two actions could be confusing, maybe they wouldn't be. So whatever it was in your project, whatever was the main issue that people had, simply try to fix that issue and write about it. So to reiterate, you don't have to be super scientific about it. You can use a data table if you have a couple of different scenarios that you're testing, and for example, in some of them the users have 100% success rate, and in some of them they have a lower success rate, and you don't have to have a lot of users. The idea here is, as I said before many times, it's not a real project and nobody cares. So even if you did it on just 3 users, which is still like not a really viable case study, this is gonna be fine for the portfolio. This is gonna be completely fine, because what matters is that you took the right approach, and then in a real project you would be testing on a lot more users and doing subsequent tests and modifying and then testing again, because the entire design process is basically design, test, and repeat. That's the whole goal, that's the whole idea. So while it's difficult to do and testing with those users require you to actually give a lot more time into it, it's really one of the most important things that you can do in a case study. So for at least, if you're gonna have 5 case studies in your portfolio, have at least the first 2 or 3 have a section like this. Of course, try to modify it, try to show a different high fidelity flow, so larger, smaller, So different questions, and some of those questions and answers and percentages of success can be showed as a data table or as a chart, a graph, anything. We actually had some charts and graphs above in the case study, so you should be able to use those techniques to show that data. Now, this part can be a little intimidating because, first of all, this is some more actual, harder to do research than just a survey, because you need to observe what the people are doing in the prototype, and then you need to evaluate what happened and come up with a solution. So this is more difficult, but it's definitely worth to play around with it. And keep the mindset that it's not really going to be scientific, and it's not supposed to be scientific, and it can be written in a language that is simple and very straightforward, just as we did here. So whatever your goals and whatever the actions and the flows that you're gonna be testing, write about them in a way that you would be telling a friend what you did in that particular scenario, so in that particular study. And don't worry if you're thinking that your goals and your description sound silly or unprofessional or junior, because this is all okay, this is all good. They can sound junior, they don't have to sound professional. What you need to show is that you understand the process, and the process is I made something, I designed something, now I'm gonna test it, and I'm gonna see what the users are doing, and then based on that, I'm gonna propose some changes. And this is the entire goal of that section, and this is one of the most important sections in the entire case study. So play around with it, make some changes, make some data tables, charts, graphs, whatever you want. It has to be yours, and it has to come from you just to show that you understand how it works. It doesn't have to be super professional or super scary. You can do it. I believe in you. And we're back to our case study, and as you can see, it's really long. And obviously in your case study, you don't need to have all of these sections, and you can mix and match them in your different case studies to create a whole. But I'm gonna add a couple more sections to it so you have more choices to mix and match from. And these sections are gonna be accessibility review and also a little bit of the last words of the designer here. So first I'm gonna duplicate the background that we had, because we have enough white background here, so it needs to be broken up a little bit so it's easier to read. And then I'm gonna duplicate the title and the subtitle as we have done before many times. When you're designing high fidelity UI, you often make some decisions that are not completely accessible. So in some cases, the contrast is a little bit off, the font sizes are a little bit too small, and things like that. And this is the space where you can address that. So in a way, this is going to be all about admitting that we made a mistake in the high fidelity UI, but we found that mistake and we fixed it. And this is also something that clients and recruiters are looking for, because being critical with our own work is actually a very valuable skill. This is something people really want. And of course, we're not gonna do a full accessibility checkup here, because accessibility is a very broad subject. So we're just gonna check the contrast using the WCAG guidelines, and they are changing a little bit. So soon the standards are gonna be called differently, and there are some different measurements for them. So make sure to use the current ones always. I'm gonna pick just one of the screens that we had in the high fidelity design. It's gonna be this one. And the main focus on this is that yellow-orange kind of button that we have with green text on it. Now these two colors, and I created those two rectangles just to show you, don't pass the WCAG standard for AA contrast with small text, and the text on the button is pretty small. So there are two ways to fix this. Either increase the contrast or make the text bigger. But it's really safer to just increase the contrast. So we want to admit that we made a mistake here, that this contrast on the button is a little bit too low. For that, I'm gonna create two circles using the colors from the text and the button. One is the background, the other is the foreground. So those two colors are not fully accessible. So now I have this screen right next to my case study, and I'm gonna modify it. So what I want to do is to make this button really accessible, because it's very important. So I picked a very dark, nearly black shade of green, and then for both the icon and the text, I'm gonna go with white. That's gonna give us enough contrast, AA contrast, for both small text and large text, so we can actually keep the text small in this case. But of course, you can also increase the button height and increase the font size a little bit in this, and it's gonna solve the problem even better. So now I have a flat PNG image of my second screen, the one with the fixed button. I'm gonna add the same corner radius to it and I'm gonna shrink it down, but I want it to be actually bigger because I want to have the emphasis on what has changed and that the better version is the one that's more prominent, more in the spotlight. So I'm gonna place them for now in a way where this screen actually slightly overlaps the background. Then let's add a drop shadow to it, and because it's a larger object, I'm gonna add a larger drop shadow of y equals 8 and then blur equals 16 and about 15% opacity of the shadow. Now this one is smaller, so this is gonna be 4 and 8 and then another 15% opacity. Okay, so we have two screens and one of them has the contrast ratio that is a little bit too low. You can use any shapes for that, rectangles, triangles, whatever you want. I'm gonna use a circle. So I'm just gonna place one circle, the yellow one, as a background, and then the green one is basically on top of the yellow one because this is foreground. So we want to show that one of them is the background, the other is the foreground, and the contrast is being checked between them. And of course, make sure that the circles are really in the middle of one another because this is something that people subconsciously really pay attention to. Okay, so now we need to modify those circles. So the inner one for the second change is going to be white because the text on the button is white, and then the background is gonna be the dark green. Now what I'm gonna do is group those objects together, make sure the proportions are locked and make them smaller. It doesn't really have to be smaller, but it's gonna make it a lot easier for me to actually showcase those changes and also add a little bit text next to it. So I'm just gonna place them roughly at the height of those buttons. And now we're gonna do those little annotation arrows that we've done before. So simply create a little line and I'm gonna add a circle at the end of it. And this line is gonna go from our newly created contrast to the button, and it can actually go to inside of the button. That way it's gonna be clear that it's not really about the button border or edge, but instead it's about the whole button. And here we're gonna create the circle at the end of it. So just simply use the oval tool, create a circle that has the line in the middle and change the color. Now we can group them together, duplicate them, and then move the circle at the end to the left side of the line, and I accidentally moved the background, so I'm gonna have to move it back. Okay, this is gonna be almost what we want. So in this case, I'm just gonna move that little contrast preview to the right of the arrow because we want those lines to be of similar length. It's just gonna make it a little bit easier to view and parse. Okay, now because I broke the background, I'm gonna fix it. So I'm just gonna move it back into place. And if you added some text objects into the background, you can actually take them out of the group. We have this annotation text style that we've used before, so I'm just gonna paste it here again. And for this, I'm just gonna create two blocks. One is gonna be the initial contrast, and it's AA, and the first AA is gonna be about small text. To check this, I used a simple contrast checker. There's so many of them available that you can simply search for a contrast checker and you're gonna find a lot of them. And for those particular colors, the AA small text is a fail and the AA large text is a pass. And make sure that it's still the same with the newly changed rules. And I'm gonna modify the text so that the fail is clearly red and the pass is green. And then the improved contrast version actually passes both of those. So I'm just gonna write pass instead of fail and change the color to green. And of course we still need to fix the background, so I'm just gonna grab it and move it, but in a second. For now, we can also figure out a way to fix a little bit of that empty space here. But of course, if we place a font like this as a text block here, it will look comical because there will be like 2 words per line. So we can make a narrower text block and simply use a smaller font. And then you can write about this specific example. Use simple words, just say what happened. So you had a button, which is the main CTA, and in my case, I wanted it to be different than all the other buttons in the app, so people would instantly know the difference and also know that this button is important. But it has proven to be a wrong choice, mostly because of the contrast issues, but not only that. So I'm just gonna write about all that, and I'm gonna say that I modified this button because of those contrast issues, because I want to pass the AA standard of contrast. in all cases, and this is the change. So basically, just one screen after and one screen before is all you need in this last check. This section is also not really necessary to be in all the case studies that you have. So you don't really need to do it every time. You just can do it sometimes just to have a little bit of a different approach here. And this approach is pretty good because it shows that you can be self-critical. But I'm gonna modify it just a tiny bit. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna make the text, the small one, more horizontal and make this initial screen even smaller and just place it underneath. And then I'm just gonna modify those lines to fill in a little bit of that white space that we have. So I'm just gonna remove that line and then simply place the dot inside the button and create one of those bendy lines that we did in the flow diagrams before. So just as usual, 40-degree angles and then bend, then you're holding shift, click again, another 45-degree angle using shift, bend, and another one of those straight lines. And this is it. Remember that you can always press enter and modify all those individual bend points and all those lines. So it's really easy. And then copy the properties from the green line that we have, paste them onto the new line, and now we can fill in a little bit more space. So I can move this little object here, and that way we'll have a more, I think, easy to read version of the same concept, but you can place those two screens any way you want. You can place them side by side, you can make them smaller and place them on just one side of the screen and have the text on the other side. So experiment, there is no template here. And as I said, you don't need to have the accessibility checkup section and show your mistakes in every case study that you have, but you can do it in the very first one because that's the one people most often click into. And if you have that, that's just gonna show to them that you're actually looking back at your own work without that bias that most designers actually have here. We're gonna finish the case study with one of those breather images with a quote that we had in a couple of places. And of course, I'm gonna use the same two photos over and over, but if you're using this technique, make sure to make an individual photo for each section, or if you're not using photos, make sure that those quotes that you're doing are displayed a little bit differently every time. So maybe a different positioning and some sort of decoration instead of the photo next to them. And this is the project summary. So I'm just gonna write what I think about this project, what I managed to do, so that I checked the market segments, that I did a quick survey on Twitter, that I did usability studies and created a prototype, and that I did the wireframes, that I did the high fidelity designs, and also checked it for accessibility at the end. You can make this section completely personal because this is basically your breakdown of what you did in this case study and why. So simply list all the things you did, and if you have anything that you want to add to it at this point, this is the right spot. So make it personal, make it yours, and make it fit this entire case study and all the sections that are above this section. Well, most of the stuff that we did above this is actually kind of like semi-research, so really fast research exercises just to show that you can do some research. This section is not scientific at all. It's supposed to be the cherry on top. And that personal touch is something that many people are looking for. So if you, for example, learned something doing this case study or doing this project, something that you didn't really know before, it's also the good place to write about it because we're all learning and we're constantly improving what we're doing. And as usual, we're gonna finish the UI sandwich with the high fidelity mockups that we have at the bottom. In your case study, remember not to repeat the mockups that you already have somewhere above. So in this case, I actually have those mockups in the above section, but this is just to show you how you can structure the high fidelity. So generally never repeat sections. And the final section at the top and the final section at the bottom is that UI sandwich, which is wrapping this entire case study into some beautiful visuals. So right after you summarize the project and write what you learned and what you want to do here, you're gonna show that final high fidelity image so people are being connected with it emotionally again. And this is it. Using a couple of UI designs, we created a whole UX case study showing that we understand how the process works. And obviously we did it in reverse. So we did it in a way that's not really being done in the industry. But this is okay as long as we did all the steps and we know how to do those steps in the reverse or the proper order now. And those techniques should help your case study to stand out and to be regarded as something that is actually important and worth looking at. And this is what you want. You want people to be engaged and interested. That's why we're using sections that are visually appealing. That's why we're trying to present even low fidelity wireframes in a nice and beautiful way. And that's why we're doing the UI sandwich and those little breakdown images with yourself or just the quotes. This is all a part of presenting your work in a way that people are going to resonate with. But definitely feel free to experiment. Don't just repeat what I did here one-to-one. Use it as a baseline of what you can do and then build your own case study with your own ideas. As long as you show that you're using research in any way and that you're taking informed design decisions based on that data and that research, this is the whole goal of the case study. So it doesn't matter how you present it exactly. Just make sure that it's an interesting visual ride for the people viewing it, that it's not boring and it doesn't look like a term paper or an academic paper, because it's not what it is. This is showcasing your work. So make it personal, make it quirky. If you're a funny person, make it funny. It doesn't have to be strict and doesn't have to be super scientific, and it doesn't have to be serious. Of course, try not to go overboard because the point of the case study is not to be a comedy sketch. Don't be afraid to experiment. Mix and match the sections, make it different, make it your own, use your own concepts on how to show those contrast elements or how to show different apps or how to show the prototype. There is no single right way of doing this. So those experiments should actually lead to you having 5 or 6 case studies, because this is what a good portfolio now should have. And those case studies should be a little bit different in terms of how you present those different sections and even what sections are in them. So go and experiment. I think you have enough to start, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Hey designer, let's talk about your portfolio.
Yeah.
I literally went through hundreds of junior designer portfolios in the course of the last 2 years, and I analyzed them. I made a course on creating awesome case studies. I know what are the main problems that people face while building their portfolio and why very often they don't get any response from recruiters or clients. We'll talk about how to make your portfolio, where to put it, should you send it in a PDF, should you use sites like Dribbble or Behance or a dedicated website, and a lot more. Especially tip number 5 is really important. We've already established that certificates are pretty worthless. It's just a JPEG, it doesn't really get you a job. What gets you a job is your portfolio. So whether you're a junior designer looking for your first job or a freelancer looking for your first clients, portfolio is king. It can be a difference between months of radio silence and actually getting invited to the interviews and getting the job. So here's my 5 tips for amazing portfolios that really work. Let's dive in. Number 1. Have at least 3 projects in it. If you just finished a course and you think that your one course project is going to be enough as your entire portfolio, then let me break it to you right now so you avoid disappointment later. It's not. You need at least 3 and preferably around 5 projects in your portfolio. Going above 5 can be a bad idea because it might be a little bit too overwhelming to recruiters, or they might think you're too senior for the role that they're looking for. But remember this, recruiters and many clients actually know which projects are typical course projects. So if you only have that one, you're already looking like a lazy person in their eyes. They're looking for what you've done beyond the course projects. And if you've done nothing, then that's gonna be exactly how many messages you'll get in your inbox. Number 2, have a variety of projects. Many people do mobile apps because they're relatively easy. You don't even need to have many skills to make a mobile app because first of all, we use a lot of mobile apps, so you can just copy the patterns. They're a small canvas, they're pretty easy to design.
But at the same time, it gets a little bit boring if you focus only on mobile apps. If you only have 5 mobile apps in your portfolio, chances are nobody's gonna even check out like the entire 5. Because people will see, okay, that's an app, yeah, I'm gonna check the first one only. A good pick is 1 or 2 apps, because yes, apps are pretty important, then 1 website and 1 something else. And by something else, I mean something a little bit extraordinary, something a little bit more interesting. Something that people will think, oh wow, I need to really check that out.
Wow!
Some good examples are a smartwatch app, because not many people do those and they're relatively easy, a browser extension, a parking meter, an ATM, anything that comes to your mind. You can redesign it, and of course not just the UI, also plan the entire process of making it a better user experience. And then put that in your case study. Because yeah, 5 apps are boring, but if I see a smart fridge app in somebody's portfolio, I'm gonna click on that first. Number 3, always start with your projects. Don't waste space on a huge banner on the top of your entire portfolio saying that you're an aspiring designer, because if somebody clicked a link from your resume or from an email, then they already know that you're a designer, so that's pointless. Start with the projects. This is what's interesting to people. If you do UI design, you should showcase as many of those projects as possible in a nice visual way, in mock-ups. They have to look beautiful, they have to look like eye candy basically. Of course, you can have and you should have an amazing UX case study under every one of those thumbnails, but those thumbnails are what sells you, so this has to be awesome. One thing people often do wrong is that they put logos of the brands that they worked on as the thumbnails, and if you have just a couple of logos, you don't see any screenshots, you don't see any mock-ups, then it's boring and most people don't really click on those. They see, oh yeah, they have some projects, I'm gonna put it in the maybe pile. Nobody cares about the logos, nobody cares about the text descriptions. People want to see beautiful visuals and then they want to read your awesome case study. In that order. It has to be nice to be clickable. Number 4, where to post your portfolio. Should it be a dedicated website, a Dribbble page, a Behance page, or a PDF that you email to people, or something else? Well, for that there is no single best choice, but for both clients and recruiters, it's actually easier for you to have a dedicated website under your first name, last name.com or something similar. It's a lot faster to just email a link to a website than a huge PDF that they have to download and open and browse through. A website is basically frictionless, and we don't really want to add friction to recruiters' lives. It's also great because you can track what people are doing on the website, and you can use that research thing that we've been talking about so much to actually modify it, make it better. So if you put up a website and people are not really using it well, you can use tools like Beusable or Hotjar and simply see what's happening. If they're scrolling through something, it means it's boring. If they're not clicking on something, it might mean that they don't know it's a button, or maybe it's just not an interesting visual. So modify it, tweak it, and then see the difference. Use those research skills, before you get to any actual work-related research. It's not really as easy on dedicated sites like Behance and Dribbble, but if you have a really awesome project and you're confident that you're doing amazing work, then you can put them on Dribbble and Behance, and actually you should, even next to your existing website. Because people might come in from those sites to your main site and then contact you. The more places you have your portfolio in, the better. Just make sure to have the same projects everywhere, because this is really important. Consistency is key. If you can't really code your personal site yet, don't worry. Put it on Dribbble, put it on Behance, and you can do the site later. It's not really a priority. As long as people can see your amazing work and read your case studies and see your beautiful visuals, you'll be fine. PDF is probably the worst idea. It's a nice to have next to all of the other ones, but you have no idea whether somebody opened your PDF that you sent, and people don't really like downloading large files. It's a pain. Number 5, emailing your portfolio. Because obviously when you're applying for jobs, you're gonna be sending a lot of emails to people. And of course, you're gonna be sending that portfolio link, you're gonna be sending a resume, and we're gonna talk about those some other time. But I found out there is something else. Something that you can do that can bring the attention of those recruiters or of those clients to you in a much, much stronger way. This is something I call a teaser trailer of your work. You need to write a little bit about yourself while you're applying to the job, attach the resume, a and then add the link to your portfolio, but right under the link and not above it, right under the link. Add a small visual right in the body of the message, 660 pixels wide, and well, it can be 660 pixels high as well, just not higher than that. In that visual, showcase all of your amazing UI work. Just as many visuals as you can. If you made some apps and websites and smartwatch apps, just make a grid of all of those combined together, just looking beautiful. And then write that more of that and dedicated case studies to those projects can be found in your portfolio. Because sometimes people don't feel obligated to click, maybe your writing skills are not that great, but if you're a good designer, those visuals, well, the picture says more than 1,000 words, right? So if that picture looks nice, it can force those people to click on the portfolio and find out more, even though they weren't initially planning to. They were going to put you in the maybe pile, but then they see right in the email, oh, there's some nice work in there. So these are my 5 main tips on amazing portfolios, and many people that used those tips and used my case study course and my portfolio courses and read my books actually got the job. So I'm talking from experience here. If you're watching this video after completing my case study course, then awesome, you now have everything you need to create an amazing portfolio. If you're watching it for free on YouTube, remember that this is the last part of an entire awesome course that has helped hundreds of people to get the job they wanted. And you can check the course in the link in the description of this video. As always, like, subscribe, tell me your portfolio story in the comments down below, drink some water, and, well, obviously, have a beautiful day.
This little exercise with creating UI-based case studies, we talked about one very specific example. Today, I'm going to show you how you can make it a little bit varied and how you can apply some of the newly created design trends and better practices to make those case studies even more vibrant, more engaging, and more fun. We're gonna start by a small set of changes and tweaks first, and then we'll explore some other extra steps that you can take or things you can add to your case study. So what I'm gonna do is to duplicate one of the versions of the case study that we have, and I have a different set of screens that I created for a product that we've been actually working on. So I'm just gonna move it here in place of this main image, and obviously you can try to stretch it just like that, and that can work. But another thing that you can do here is to actually make sure that the distance on the sides is the same for the mockups, then center it and create a new rectangle on the top here, move it under the layer on the layer list, and try picking the background color for it. Okay, let's change the title, but just the title, because it's more about a visual refresh here. Okay, the next thing we're gonna do is make those little tags that we created, the categories, a little bit more contrasting. So the thing that I want to do here is start by switching the color. So I'm just gonna pick our nice looking blue here for the background, and then for the text, we're gonna go with white. And you can bump it up to semi-bold, maybe decreasing the size of the text a little bit. Let's do the same thing here. And obviously for this one, let's pick a different color and white text. Now this is looking a lot more fresh and more engaging already. With just a simple tweak to the contrast of the case study, of course you can't go too far, but just that simple tweak makes people more interested and more engaged to scroll through and read everything here. Another thing that we can do is to slightly modify this little top section here. So for that, I'm actually gonna expand our case study to the top and move all that stuff up so we have a little bit more space. Okay, for this, let's make those main elements bigger. So let's try maybe 16. And I'm gonna move it up a little bit. We're gonna align it in a second. And by making this bigger, we instantly help people focus on this section a lot more. So the good thing is that we ended up with 2 lines of text for each element, and it's a lot better that way, because if you do it this way, by just having 1 line here and then 2 lines over there, it's kind of breaking the visual balance. So it's really good to try and keep it 2 lines, even if you have more space between them. What you can do here, however, is take that longest and largest element, the what, and simply place it first. Now I'm gonna do the same thing with this part and just bring it up. Another thing that you can do here is to pick a thicker font, maybe an extra bold. And in a case like this, where this line is overpowering the other ones, we don't need to stick to a layout that's 3 columns, like that one that we have here. So what we want to do is to create a rectangle that is as wide as both our margins here. So roughly 24 on every side. Now that element we want to divide by 4. Okay, let's duplicate it. And this is going to be the space for that very first one. Now let's duplicate it again and again. Now inside these elements, you can align them to be 8 points from the sides, or you can align them to actually touch the side. So to be exactly at the left edge. Now moving this one here, I'm gonna group them and hide them. So that way we have a slightly different division of the elements into 2 different kinds of groups, one of narrow columns and then one of a wider one. And that way you can stretch this a little bit, or maybe add a little bit more context and information to these objects. So for example, if you were doing design research and for example working with developers. Okay, and the top is already looking a lot better. Now the next thing is something that you can do in multiple ways, but what I want to do here is I'm gonna remove that blurry background that matched the app that we had. Okay, and I'm gonna create a new rectangle for this element, send it to back, and then pick the blue or the other contrasting color that you picked before. Now let's change all the text on this background to be white. And what you can also do is to completely remove that little background from under the graph. That way it's just floating on that background, and we can add white labels and change the color of this to something that's going to be visible on that background. Maybe something more yellow. And obviously that little dot can be the same color. And now we can bring this entire section a little bit higher, but still keeping a pretty big distance between the sections. Let's change the text here a little bit. Okay, but this time I want this bigger and bolder and fully visible, and this instead will be a little bit less visible. You can align it to the same edge like we have before. And what you can do here, one option is to grab that same background that we created before, just drag it up and use it at a much lower opacity. Or if you have already a matching background up there, you can use it at full opacity to just have that background. Of course, you can also keep it white like we had in the initial version, but that way the sections are going to be a little bit clearer. Okay, I'm gonna change the text to something shorter, because also short text really converts better. Change it to extra bold, and let's try a 24 font. Okay. Another thing that you can do here is to reverse everything. So for example, you can pick that lighter color for this element and only use those darker backgrounds for those quote elements. And that has some advantages. Let me change the text first. Okay. The main advantage is that the main focus, of course, falls on those highly visual elements. So when somebody's scrolling through the portfolio, they instinctively focus on these. And if they are above every main section and they explain what you did, it gives that storytelling a little bit of a boost. But obviously on that background, we need to change all the text to be a little bit darker. So just gonna select everything quickly. And for now, I'm just gonna go quick with one of the colors that work. And obviously, if you have a lighter background, you can pick the darker blue so it matches everything that we do here. And you can also make these lines darker so they are more visible. We also had some extra dotted lines. We can decrease the brightness of them a little bit and change the hue to a more blue one, and then pick a color that has a little bit more blue in it, like that. And while we're at it, let's do the same for the main line. So let's maybe even pick the blue like this, and then decrease the saturation, and then slightly decrease the brightness. And we can decrease the saturation a little bit still. Okay, let's bring this a little bit higher up. Just try to have similar spacing within the sections. Of course, it's not always possible, but whenever it's possible, try to keep it similar, because it's going to make it a lot easier for people to parse the information. And of course, it's good if you're completely precise with those numbers. I'm at 44 here, and we can do 44 at the bottom, or 48, whatever you prefer. Okay, for the competitive analysis, I'm gonna go and actually shorten the text a little bit. Obviously, it's just shortened arbitrarily, so we have some space here, like this. And let's create a little rectangle, just making sure we have enough spacing everywhere to break that text up a little bit. And check whether if you have rounded rectangles, check the roundness of them, just to be sure to use that same one. For us, it was 12. And we don't want a strong color in between the text if we already have elements like this, because this is going to really break the concentration. But what you can do is to use a lighter color like the other one to have the most important, or the gist of the information here, already created. So I'm just gonna copy a little bit of text, paste it in, and move it over here. And now let's add a new element, and I'm gonna use the bubble, the chat bubble emoji. Just gonna place it like this, make it bigger. Well, maybe not that big. The good rule is for it to be at least its own size from every side, or somewhere around there. So if it's that big, optically, it's good. Now you can keep the text at the exact same distance from the left side of the element as it is from the left side of the frame itself. Then drag the text field and keep that same distance on the right side too. And you can keep this as an option to actually add it in a couple of places in your case study to add a little bit of a commentary from yourself on the most important part of what you're testing against or what you're trying to figure out. So let's quickly write something here. Let's assume that in our case, most of the competing apps had a recurring number of user comments in their app stores saying that they are difficult to use and often have outages. So sometimes you simply can't buy something and you have no idea why it happens. And just like that, we have a little bit more information over here. If you want to create an element like that, but don't like using emojis because they're not serious enough, you can do it the more old-fashioned way and see how that font looks like with a larger scale. It doesn't have to be exactly the height of the text, but it's good when it is, so let's try to maybe make them a little bit bigger. And then you can add this blue color. So this is a potential other option here. Okay, now I'm gonna quickly duplicate this element and just pick a couple of the same screens just so our competitive analysis is not empty. But let's remove the shadow from them. And obviously we need these elements to be a little bit taller. So I'm just gonna select them all and stretch them down a little bit. As for comments, we can just copy the properties from that box that we had already and paste them to make these a little bit more flat. And then move them a little bit away. Okay, I'm just gonna duplicate this and pick a different screen. And obviously in the real case study, you need to use real screens here from competing apps. Just go to their respective app stores and take some screenshots. And we don't want the shadow there anymore. And I'm also gonna decrease the corner roundness just so they don't look weird. Let's maybe decrease them to just 4. Okay, perfect. Just gonna expand it again. This is a smaller screen, but in some cases when you have a screen that's cut off like that, you can simply add to it yourself by changing the background to match. And just quickly, let's add some button here at the bottom just so it's not as empty. But obviously for your case study, those should just be real screens. Okay, now let's do some very quick, simple icons to signify the good and the bad. So the good is just gonna be a nice looking green icon, and the bad is going to be red. Let's go into the pen tool, click holding the shift key to create a little check mark inside, change it to white. Okay, and then for this, let's just create a line like that, duplicate that line and rotate it. Okay, and I am aligning these icons to the vertical center of the text. So basically the text is in the middle of our circle, the middle of the letter, which is roughly here. Obviously it's somewhere between here and there, but as long as it looks good, we're fine. That makes it a lot clearer for the person reading the case study to be able to grasp that there are some issues, then there are some good parts here as well. Okay, let's do some final tweaks. Let's say quick ones actually. So remove that background and let's grab that blue one. So this was our user survey and it had comments there as well. One thing we want to do here is to remove the shadows, and those comments can actually be a tiny bit taller. And we don't need to have photos in all of them. So in some cases it can be something else. So I'm just gonna go up to our little symbol that we had, move it in here, and this one can be smaller, so I'm just gonna go with 48. Of course you can just keep the text inside, it doesn't have to be something always, but let's try to make this a tiny bit bigger text and also semi-bold or medium. Okay, and this we want to be darker because this is the important part. So I'm just gonna remove the other two and make this one a little bit wider just so everything fits. And as always, try to keep this distance similar to this distance and to this distance, and then try to keep a similar distance from the text to the edge here, obviously from the bounding box of the text, like that. So not the actual letters, because they can be different every time. Okay. So now just grabbing this entire element, placing it our 24 from the side, and then adding this one in the middle. And if the width is not good enough in this case, then you can go a little bit narrower. Just make sure to break the text in a good way. So in this case, it's probably better to just break the text here than to have it like this or like that, just kind of as evenly as possible. And if you have more space like that, you can also increase all that spacing here. So you can just bring everything out a little bit. Same with this one. Because obviously we can't always predict how the text is going to look like in this comments section. So just kind of placing it right here. And I'm gonna do the same comment everywhere because it's really not that relevant. Obviously, we want everything aligned properly. Change the text to white everywhere. And since we have a nice Twitter icon, we can have it white on that background as well. Now for this, we can go with a much lighter color, and then for the selected element, we can go with fully white. That way it's gonna be visible, but also pretty minimal. And then let's change the color here. And for this, we actually want it to be visible on that background because this is important information. So like this. And as we talked before, it doesn't really matter how many participants the survey had. It just kind of shows that you actually did the survey. Okay, let's grab this background again and paste it in here. And we're gonna talk about this section a little bit later. But what you can do here is, if you just have one photo of yourself, and hopefully not, hopefully you created more, you can simply flip this around, move it to this side this time, and let's grab the same big text that we had there and obviously modify that text to fit the section that you're working on. Okay, and then of course for the next section, now we do the alternating background, so I'm gonna pick this one. And this is basically what you do in all these sections. So just work on the colors and on the elements so it simply all works. And we're gonna talk about the specifically UI related elements in the next segment. This was more just to show you how you can make it a little bit more contrasty and a little bit more visible, and also add a couple of smaller tweaks to make it stand out. In the next section, we'll cover the most important, I believe, part of a good case study, and the annotations and elements that are necessary for a purely UI-based case study. So we're gonna make one with a lot less elements. Next segment. Here, we're gonna explore how to do a much simpler case study with a lot less elements, but much more heavily UI focused. Of course, whenever you can combine in some of the elements from the existing case study that you have here, the long one, but you don't necessarily need to add all of it. So you don't need to have as extensive research fields, and you don't really need personas there. And it can be much more UI focused because some of these case studies are also really good to have. And if you are UI focused as a designer, it's also going to be better to just showcase more of your skills. I already have one of the components for the app here and that screen that we have already here, and we're gonna be using those, but first I'm gonna create a mini style guide for this. So I'm gonna start by duplicating this frame, but removing everything from it. And there is a lot of content to remove, because as you can see, this case study is pretty long. We don't need this frame to be that long though, because this is just gonna be one segment that you can then incorporate in any place in your main case study. So I'm gonna change the height of it to, let's say, 2000, or maybe even 1500. Okay, the first thing that we're gonna do is grab a title that we already had before, and I'm gonna paste that title in. Okay, and I'm gonna grab a larger title because this can be a much larger section here. And let's call this Visual Interface Definitions. And let's start with colors. So the first thing that we want to do is just to create a rectangle or a square and pick the main blue that we have in the app. If we have two blues, like in this case we have a gradient, we can pick both of them. So just pick the darker one and the lighter one. And these are our two main accent colors. There is also an error message color, the nice orange that we have here, so let's pick that. And then next to that, let's pick our dark color, which in this case, we can switch to hex and it's gonna be 2C, 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 because this is a very nice dark gray that works well for most of the text here. You don't need to specify every single color. So for example, if you have this little green text here, it doesn't really matter. It's just to specify the most important colors. And the last color to specify is obviously going to be white. But since we have a white background here, let's add a stroke, and let's have that stroke a light gray, like this. Just make sure it's inside, because if it's outside, it's gonna look a little bit bigger than the other squares. But if it's inside, like this, it's gonna look the same. Okay, and now what we're gonna do is actually duplicate this little square again, make it a little bit wider and a little bit taller. It doesn't really matter what the size of it is. It's actually gonna matter when we put text in it. So let's start with this. I'm gonna copy the hex code for this first color and paste it over here. And of course we need the hash in front of it. It doesn't have to be that big. We can easily go with a smaller font, but just not too small. So I'm gonna go with 14 and medium.
Okay, so this is roughly the right size now. What we want to do here is to move that part on top and then to create a nice little box like this. Now what you can do with this box is round the corners. Of course, it's not necessary. If your product is using sharp corners, you can keep them sharp. I'm gonna maybe do it at 8. And then for this color part, I'm gonna just round the top 2 corners. So just I'm pressing enter on it and then dragging and selecting the 2 corners on the top and then adding 8 over here. And if you prefer, you can make this even smaller still. Now the next thing is to stretch the text field so it goes from side to side like this. You can even stretch it to fill this entire space like that and then center vertically. And just like that, we created a very nice looking color definition. Of course, you can make it wider a little bit. If you don't like it being 89, you can add it to be 90. Just make sure to also enlarge the text so it's always in the center. Now, of course, if you group this, you can also make it a symbol, you can make it a variant, it's all up to you. But if you group this, you can simply duplicate it again, place it at some nice number like 16, do it as many times as you need actually. Okay, this one is gonna be white. So for this, what we actually need is just a line here. So just go to the pen tool and draw a line like this. And you can remove that fill from the top. You can remove that fill from the top, place it over here, and then select the same color for the stroke here. And all of the other ones, it's just simply color picking. But once you pick the color, remember to also paste in the hex code for each and every one of those. Okay, so this is one way of doing this. And they don't really need to be the same distance from the right side. They can be left aligned. You don't need to stretch them like this. You can if you want, just by dragging this element. Maybe you can place them at 24 and it's going to be roughly similar, but it doesn't really matter. Another thing that you can do here still, which is optional but good to have, is to actually enlarge this a little bit down. Grab that little hex code box and make it smaller, maybe 24 in height. And for that, let's pick an even smaller font and a slightly lighter one. So in this case, we're gonna go with like a 999. And let's write what each color is about. So this is gonna be the main accent. This is gonna be primary CTA. This is gonna be negative action. This is gonna be text content. And this is gonna be backgrounds. And now knowing that it works like this, you can select just those backgrounds and simply drag them up. And now once we're there, we can bring these two a little bit closer together and optically align them inside. What you can do is you can make them bold if you want, just so it stands out, but you need to remember that while doing all of the further annotations that we're gonna be doing here, you really need to be consistent with this. So if the main value is in bold, it has to be bold everywhere else later on as well. We also have a gradient here that we can define, and since it's a gradient between those two colors that we already had, just gonna bring it down, make sure that this distance here is not the same as this distance or this one down, just so it's all consistent. And of course this gradient is going to be a linear gradient with the main color full opacity on the bottom, then the other one on the top, and always make sure that the lighter one is on the top. Now for this, what we can do is to make it a little bit different, make sure that this entire thing has that same corner radius on every side, so 8. drag this out and simply make this full height. Like this. Now what you can do is to create a couple of circles and color those circles in the colors of our gradient, like this. So this is gonna be the bottom one, and this is gonna be the top one. And since we already have the descriptions, let's just left align them like this and place them centered with this main element. So this is gonna be, this actually is the main accent, and this is the primary CTA. So this is one way of annotating a gradient. You can do it in multiple different ways. So you can just remove the circles altogether and simply have these elements really close to the object, like this. And it's gonna be implied that this is where the gradient comes from. But I'm not gonna define a gradient for my little segment here because it's gonna be a little bit too busy. I'm just gonna stick with the colors. So now let's go with the second section. Of course, if you have more gradients, do define the gradients and think about clever ways to show them, just the consistent clever ways. Okay, so just gonna duplicate this again. And this time let's go with font definitions. And we're gonna use a very similar set of elements here. So let's grab this white one, place it here. But this time we want it to be a little bit bigger and wider, because fonts are usually having longer names. So our font here is Plus Jakarta Sans. And let's define the main styles for it. So it's gonna be a primary style. This can be centered, this can also be left aligned, and we don't really need that dividing line here. I'm just gonna keep it at centered, so it's consistent with the ones on the top. Let's bring it down a little bit. Now let's copy that font again, and let's type in A and then lowercase a. And what we want is to make this font big, so it kind of nicely fills the space. It still needs a little bit of white space on every side, like this. And of course, this is gonna be regular, just to show that part, because the main font of the app is just gonna be the body copy, which is gonna be regular. Okay, now let's duplicate this again, and let's create a much smaller rectangle for the top part. But of course, we need to decrease the corner radius so it matches. Like this. All right. Now let's grab this text, add it over here and type in regular, because this font is the regular one. And we don't really need as much space on the side for it, so let's make it shorter. And to make this look a little bit nicer, we can remove the stroke, and for the fill, pick our lighter color, but then switch to HSL, increase the lightness quite a lot, and then go to S, so the second value, and then decrease the saturation a little bit. So we want like a tiny hint of blue in that gray here. And then for the font, let's go with our darker blue. If it's feeling a little bit unbalanced, you can make this a little bit higher, and then grab everything and balance it out visually. We roughly want it to feel like everything is in the right place, so everything is in the center and properly spaced. Okay. Now this is going to be the font for the actions. And it's going to be the exact same font, but bold this time. So here, let's type in bold. Make sure it's the same size, and of course that this spacing is the same as this one. And then shrink the one on the other side. And then let's do it one more time, making sure that we have that same distance, which was 24 above. So let's make it 24 again. And this is gonna be a different font this time. Let's see. I'm gonna go with Poppins and extra bold. And this is gonna be a font for headings. Or actually, let's switch this to the standard bold because it's still a different font. Of course, if you're using just one font in like a couple styles, you can just list all of them here. So now that we have our font definitions, you can then add a little bit more information about this. And I already have this created, so I'm just gonna paste it in here. And this is one way of potentially doing this. So you start with the largest font that you have, which is 20 bold. And it's the heading font. In our case, it's the Poppins font, so let's modify it. And you can just specify the sizes for those fonts. So basically, how big is the font and what are the different elements. So this is regular, and there's semi-bold and bold, which basically means that yes, this has to be a semi-bold, so everything matches. And another way of showing this is actually to remove all these elements and divide them into a couple columns, because we have 6 specific font styles and sizes here. We can just do them like this. So just place the element right under the font. Okay, this is this one actually. Okay, now you can move it to here and have some clear, pretty good looking definitions available for your case study. So just like that, you defined a couple of colors, a couple of fonts, and we can add one more element to it, which is also pretty good to have, which is main components. And I'm just gonna do one here, but obviously you can do a lot more if you prefer. And to make this faster, I'm just gonna paste in the already prepared components, making sure that this is the same size as this one. So this is gonna be 20, just a different weight. All right, and of course our buttons here are blue, so I'm just gonna pick the main accent color for them. The hover color is the primary CTA color. On press, they are actually going black just to signify that something happens. Okay, and what you can do here is to specify which text field has which font. So basically, if we have medium text, you can specify that all the buttons have medium text, which then is translating to 14 semi-bold, and that is the plus Jakarta sans. Then if you have the minimum spacing, you can specify it by just doing a rectangle like this. It has a fill of just a simple color. It has to be a color that is visible on the other colors. So if we go with blue, for example, and lower opacity, it's just gonna disappear. So it's really good to try a color that's just simply gonna be overlaying the main color and it's still visible. So red is a good example here. This is just a simple shape. You can draw it using the pen tool by holding the shift key like this, drawing a line, then going back to the middle, drawing another line, going up, make sure that the red line appears, and then going down again. So just a couple clicks, then pick the color and place it in place. And obviously, if it's not wide enough, you can just make it wider. This is just a box with a number, which is a point number based on the grid. And obviously, there can be more components here outlined like this, but you can do even just the simplest one. You can do some form fields and buttons only, just to show that you have an approach that is all about making sure that everything is specified. Okay, now what we're gonna do is actually going to be pretty interesting. I'm gonna move this to the side, duplicate it again, And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna duplicate the title. Actually, let's copy and paste it. And this is going to be complex component breakdown, which is really good to have if you have screens there already, if you have flow diagrams, and if you have some wireframes. You can have a very simplified information on that, or you can go with the more complex one that we're making right now. So for that complex component breakdown, I'm gonna grab our component and I'm gonna actually export it as an image so I can make it smaller without mixing the fonts. Okay, I pasted in the component, and let's create a couple of things here. Let's start by pasting in the title, and our first step to annotate this is going to be hierarchy strips through logical groups. So I'm just gonna call it logical groups using hierarchy strips. And there is an entire video on hierarchy strips in this course separately to explain it in more detail. Here we're just gonna do a very simple approach. So what we want to do is to draw a new rectangle like this. That's the height of our photo. If it's too high, you can adjust it. Because what we want to do here is to divide this into those logical groups. And I'm gonna grab a nice green color for it. Okay, let's create one more like that. That's the height of these categories here. Okay, place it back in. Let's create another one for the description. It's a tiny bit taller. And then another one for the buttons. Now, what we want to do is, of course, to have these colors be different colors, because it doesn't really make sense otherwise. So I'm gonna start with like a nice yellowy orange first. Then the next color in the progression is gonna be a more orange. And then the last one is going to be either red or something really close to red. I really like this kind of muted red-orange mix here. Okay, so quick annotation would be this. You start with an image, because this is the emotional connection. Then the next group is actually a subgroup, which is main subgroup that adds the context to the image, because obviously just the image is just some person, but if you have a name and some other extra meta information like it's an investor level 2, this is something that can be helpful for you. So this is adding context to the image. Then we have the categories. For that we don't really need an extra description. This is what helps you decide whether you want to follow this person or not, because these are the interests that they share with you or not. This is the description, which is something that most people don't read at all, and this can be actually a good way to differentiate it. And then the last part is action or actions, and this is the main action and alternative action. Okay, so then we have a main subgroup, which is this part as well. So let's specify it. And for that, I'm just gonna go with a green that's slightly lighter and more towards that next color in the queue. What you can do here is to use the pen tool and create little lines connecting these objects to the text. This is how you do hierarchy strips. So I'm just gonna do it quickly. Just make sure that the lines are the same color as the boxes. And they should also be the same length if they are in the same row. Just like that, so quickly picking the colors. Okay, and we have a couple things here that are also pretty interesting. because of course we have all the groups and all the categories, and we now understand that we have 4 main groups and 1 subgroup here, and this is our main thing behind the whole hierarchy, behind the whole layout of this particular element. And of course you can do more complex screens that way as well. But there's one thing that we're kind of missing here, we're not really looking at, and I think it's really good to look at it. And that thing is the white space. Because if you create a rectangle here and here and here, you realize this is the same space. Of course, it doesn't have to be the exact same space, but the idea behind this is that we put it with this bigger distance between the elements on purpose. So what I want to do here now is to create a way to signify that. I'm gonna pick a little like pink color with lower opacity and change it into a linear gradient. And that linear gradient will be going from right to left and fading and disappearing like this. You can tweak it to be a little bit darker if you want, but still not too dark, not too visible. And what we also want to add is a stroke. It can be red as well, but for that stroke, let's pick a linear gradient too. A disappearing one, just like we had, so this fully transparent color is on this left side and the fully opaque one is on the right side. Okay, in stroke style, let's go in dash, and we have a nice dashed line. We can remove those now because this is what we're gonna use. So just duplicate it, put it in place, and what we can do here is to write that this is double our main grid. So for now, let's just call it 2x, and we'll explain it on some next slides. So I'm just gonna pick the color for the text, and this is all 2x. So this is a starting point. Let's bring this closer together. Okay, now let's duplicate this entire group and place it below as the next step of our case study. And now we already know that this is gonna be much longer. I'm gonna put it out of the way. So here, let's explain some of our design decisions. I'm gonna move this down a little bit and go back to our case study and grab a text paragraph that we can use, something short. All right, this one. And in here, let's write this. So this is just to explain that we understand that this section over here is really the least important for most users because people don't really like to read. They focus on the face first, then the name, and then they look whether this person matches the criteria, and then they make the action. So it's really good to clearly divide these elements so people know that they are separate. Okay, now we can remove those groupings. And here we can write a little bit more about it. So let's write this is what the users focus on as their first impression. And a very detailed breakdown like this is of course not necessary for every single design element, but if you do it for even one like this, like a card that's important in the product, it's gonna show that you really focus on these details. Okay, now this subgroup is not really that important anymore. So let's just move this to the center. And now let's type in, because this is the most important group right after the photo. So this is their main decision-making tool here. And we can actually make this just a regular font and then make just the parts that are important bold. So in here, the part that's important is the focus and the first impression. Okay, the next one is completely optional. So we can specify that most users will not read it. So people really like to go fast in things like that. But we really want to have it because to some users it still can be relevant. And now what we can do is to explain how the action is taken. So based on groups 1 and 2, the user will make their decision here. All right, bolding just the part that's important. This can be a little bit longer and we can move it down a tiny bit so it's still visible. If you believe they should be closer like this so it's easier to read, that's good too. All right, let's bring this back up. And let's go to the next step. So the next step is gonna be the spacing. And the first thing that we want to do here, before we start any spacing or any definitions, is to define the grid. And our grid is 8 point. This is really essential. If you just add some pixel values there and just kind of call it a day, it's not gonna be good. That doesn't have to be bold. It can be a smaller font, even smaller, just it has to really be there as the very first thing before you even paste in the image and start definitions. Okay, so now we add overlays just like we did before. So I can copy one of them like this. All right, let's copy that a couple times. Because as you can see, we are being pretty consistent here. We can bring this to the left a little bit. And what we can do now is to create a new little rectangle, the same height as this one. So it's gonna be looking nice and consistent around the corners pretty strongly. And then pick this exact same color for the fill. And this is 24 points distance between the elements. Let's just make this smaller so it's not as overwhelming. But by making it smaller, just make sure that it's vertically in the center. Okay, and you can just duplicate it like that and place it next to every single one of those. And that's a good starting point. But what we can also do is use the pen tool again. Start on this line here, holding the shift key. It doesn't matter what the line thickness is, just go like this, then like this back, and then to the middle, holding the shift key all the time, and then try to make this line as long as these lines over here. So just kind of on the opposite side. Okay, I'm gonna make this thinner, just like the original, and pick the right color. And now simply duplicate it. And if you happen to have a situation like this where it's a little bit out of place, you can add a decimal point to the Y value. So it's sometimes just kind of places itself on the decimals like this. Not a big deal, pretty easy to fix. Just copy them. All right. Okay, and we have our very first alignment element ready. But of course we can now duplicate this part, make it smaller, and let's pick a different color for this. And by the way, this is pixel double, so I'm having values that are actually a little bit smaller here, because I'm working on a flat image. But obviously if you have a 1:1 image, you just use those values there. So this can be a different color. So maybe let's pick like a purple for both sides of the gradient. and then for both sides of the stroke as well. You don't really need to be super precise with the colors here though. All right, let's place this here. Let's duplicate our little lines here as well. And of course, this is the same thing. So if you just want to move it, just make sure that it's the right size. Might get some tweaking, but okay, looking good. Now let's pick the color here. And let's duplicate this element over here. And this is 16, which is 8 less than the 24 that we had there. Let's pick the color for this, make sure that it's in the center. Okay, now let's define the very last element by duplicating this. Rotating it around. And placing it over here. And of course for this, let's pick a different color. This time let's go with a green so it's gonna be visible. Okay, so picking the green for the stroke. If it's not super visible, then just make it darker on both sides. Okay, perfect. Pasting that in here. Then this is a 4. Picking the color for it, and of course, now you can use the pen tool to do this little element. Sometimes it's quicker to just draw it from scratch. Okay, and the last thing that we can do here is to specify the corner radius of it, so the roundness. So what we want to do is just use the pen tool to create a little half square basically on the side like this. And what you want to do is to be sure that this distance is the same as this one. Okay, and when this is done, press enter, and we have 3 points. So just select this point over here, go to the corner radius, and holding the shift key, press the up arrow to increase it until it matches. Now for that, let's pick something more of an orange color. It can be a little bit thicker. And then in the options, let's go to dashed. And for that, let's specify that this is a 32 corner radius. Okay, so we have one section here on spacing. Sometimes if this section is kind of floating like this in space, you can add a background to it. And then for the background, pick one of those lighter colors that we used before. That way it's gonna be a little bit easier to understand where the new section starts and the old one begins. Okay, now the next section. Okay, what we can do here still is to grab these values over here, starting from the smallest until the largest, and simply place them here on the top. And let's space them out at 8. Like this. Align them. We can then group and place it on the right side. It's gonna give it the visual balance, and it also basically already outlines what kind of grid values we're using here from the 8-point grid. Okay, now let's duplicate this part and move it down like that. And this is gonna be font measurements. And the font is, of course, Plus Jakarta Sans. And I already know the measurements, so I'm gonna start by actually inputting them here. So they are 12, 14, and 24. And for font measurements, we don't really need to specify the colors that well, so we can go with 2C for all of them, like this. And now let's grab one of those, and I'll show you how to create a nice looking annotation for fonts. So for fonts, we don't really need to be too colorful. It's a lot easier to focus that way. So this is 12 medium, but you can also use the same naming convention that we had on the other side, which is medium text, or however you called it in that other specification. Okay, now let's use the pen tool to create a line towards the text like this. But this line is not going to be dashed, so it's just a solid. And it's gonna be the same color as this element. Now using the pen tool, let's create a triangle. Like this. Remove the stroke, add a fill, and fill it with that same color. And now if it doesn't feel exactly in the center, you can make it bigger or smaller until it matches and looks good. And you can also press enter and align this element exactly in the middle, so you can modify it at any point. And just like that, we have ourselves this nice looking font annotation. Okay, now this font here is 14 bold, and it's really good that they are not in the exact same position like this. You can make the arrows longer, but it's also good if you kind of move them a little bit as well. So this is 14 bold, and keeping the same spacing, I'm just gonna make this smaller. Okay, let's duplicate this part. And what we want to do here is, we can do it much quicker, of course, by simply flipping this horizontally and then clicking into the group and flipping this horizontally again, because this is the exact same font. So very quickly, I just modified the element so it points at the right element. Okay, now in this case, we do have a dark background here, right? So this is a problem where the arrow is not gonna be visible. So what you can do in a situation like this is to not have the arrow go through the edge where it's visible on one side and then it's not visible. Make it so it's all inside like this, and then you can switch the arrow to be white. And of course, if your background is lighter, it doesn't matter at all. But if you do this, make sure that this element is on top, so the arrow is not sticking out in any way. Okay, so this is a 14 bold. So we can also bring this a little bit closer together. And this part here is going to be interesting, because what we want to do is a little bit of a bendy line. So I'm just gonna move this part here, press enter, move this down a little bit, press P to go into the pen tool mode, and simply draw a vertical line like this, and then holding the shift key, another one. And of course, it's not bad, but it could look better. So what we want to do is press enter again on that line, and then drag and select those two layers in the middle, those two dots, and simply round their corners until you like that bendy line that we came up with. And this is a 24 bold. And just like that, we also have our fonts annotated in a nice way. So the last thing to do here, for just this one simple component, which is really mind-blowing that you can go into so much detail from just a single card, and imagine what you can do with like larger elements. The last thing is gonna be a contrast check. And I really like this because almost nobody does it, especially in junior portfolios, so it's a great way to stand out. So just gonna call it contrast checks. And this is gonna be accessibility. Okay, now I'm gonna duplicate this, move this a little bit further apart. And we can use the exact same elements that we had here, actually, for the content. So I'm just gonna duplicate them again, move them down. And there are multiple tools to calculate the contrast values. You can use plugins for Figma, for Sketch, for Adobe XD. You can use websites that do this for you. So it's all up to you which one you choose. The idea is, first of all, to check the contrast between the foreground and the background. So in our case, the button here, the most important part is the word View Profile. And this is the 2C color on this white background here. So basically, first thing that I'm gonna do, because I already checked the contrast here, is to switch this to a green, just so it looks different. And we know that we're in a different section than the fonts. And I like using green for accessibility because it's not that popular of a color for most interfaces like blue. And of course, if your interface is green, then you can use a different color here. And then you can just type in the values that you had from the tool, which is 491 for this, and this is good. So it's not great contrast, but it's good. This is 6.78, which is also good. And this is 6.69, which is also good. And now this one is 13.9, which is super, just because this is the highest contrast we have here, from almost black to completely white. But the thing is that, first of all, for many apps, you can create specific accessibility versions. So if somebody has a system-wide accessibility setting, they can actually have it on and the app will look a little bit different for them. I don't believe setting super high contrast for everybody is that essential. But saying that also, I believe contrast should be high enough for everybody to make a clear assumption on what to do with the design. So it cannot be not passing, basically. The only thing that don't really have to pass are the decorations. So for example, this color here for the background of the category and the white background here don't really need to pass the accessibility because there's enough spacing between them. So even if somebody doesn't see that color at all, they will see this font color on this background and they will understand that these are the categories. So decorations like this or non-essential elements don't need to pass and you don't need to outline them. Okay, and just like this, we created a beautiful set of elements that are outlining what we did in our app. You can combine them now. So for example, you can do a case study that starts with a nice image on the top and then just defines the colors, the fonts, the components, and then you can break down one of the components to show that you're making informed design decisions. And just like that, your case study is already looking awesome and unique. Check out the other video in this course, and also it's a part of the boring UI course where we go even more in detail and more in depth on some of these techniques. And the hierarchy strips is a technique I developed years ago because I believe this is one of the best ways to show that you understand that these spacings here are what define the layout of this element. They define how you scan and use it, and this is really important to show because, well, we want everybody to know that we are conscious designers that don't do stuff randomly just to make it look good, but instead we're making conscious and thought out design decisions to make really good designs.
99% of all case studies are boring and nobody cares about them. Do you want to be in the 1%? There are 3 main factors to get there, and in this video I'm gonna cover one that almost nobody talks about. But first, let's mention the other 2. The first one is obvious. It's about having a beautiful, eye-catching visuals for your project, because first impressions really do make a difference. The second one is all about attention to detail. It's about explaining that your design decisions are based on something other than a hunch. For UI-based case studies, a great way to do this is with the hierarchy strips method that I developed. But the real deal, the one thing that really makes your case study awesome, is all about letting go of the boring factor. Yes, most case studies are boring term papers that look like they were written for school. They are made to look scientific and smart because under this facade they can hide the boring under pretending that they're smarter than they are. Come on, you can do better. The first thing that you need to do is to understand that a case study is a story. You encounter the problem and then you solved it with design. That means that you need to frame that problem first and then talk about it as if you were talking to a friend about how you solved it or how you failed to solve it, because this is also a valid case study idea. You can do it through just writing alone, but it's more difficult. So I'm gonna show you a technique that works way better and it's way more engaging for people that are gonna be viewing your case study. There is one problem though. It does require more work. So if you don't like work, then this method might not be for you. Make your case study into a story by using photos of yourself in the context of the product you're designing. Let me explain. Imagine you're making an app for an organic supermarket. List 5 things that could be the 5 milestones and problem definitions for your case study, and all the boring stuff is going to be around those 5 things. Disclaimer. The examples I'm gonna show you here are lower quality or lower visual fidelity on purpose. I don't really want juniors to stress over these details as much because that quality is not as important as the fact that you took the time and took the photos and placed yourself in the context. And of course you can always do better. Number 1. The organic food market is growing in a big way, but we are still confined with going to the store. Number 2. It's difficult to order organic products online from local stores. If they have apps, they're really hard to use and have limited selection of products. Number 3. Competing apps often require you to pick your order up in store, while there are delivery companies out there that can deliver it for an extra charge. Number 4. The first sketches of the information architecture were based on the in-store experience. What do you usually buy first? And number 5, the final high-fidelity design along with external delivery integration is now ready for a round of user testing. See, it's not really that scientific. You're just adding a couple of steps of the process of how you're going with the project and then taking some snaps of you, in my case in the store, and then adding that text on top of the photo. Quick tip. Try to frame it so you're on the side of the frame and you have all the space on the other side for the text. Now I'm gonna scoot back here to the middle and let's talk about how to do it best. If your background is a little bit too busy and the text on it is not really readable, use this nice little trick. Duplicate the photo, cut yourself out from that background and make yourself like 5% bigger. Place the cutout over the other photo and then blur the photo underneath. You can add a dark fill with some opacity to it to make it stand out more. With these tweaks, all the text is gonna be easily visible. Here are a couple more ideas. If you're making an app for coffee fanatics, go to a coffee store and simply take a photo of yourself making an order at the counter, maybe grabbing your coffee when it's done, and then sitting down from a couple of angles. Just make sure you're on the side of the photo so there's place for the text. And you have yourself a nice set of illustrations for your coffee app. That really helps to sell the story. A great example of this is a project done by Carol for a company that builds skate parks. By the way, skateboarding is also very close to my heart because, well, just see how happy I am doing this trick. Anyway, what he did is he took actual photos at the skate park, asking the potential users about the problems they face when looking for parks. And sure, you can just write about it, right? You don't really need to go to a skate park, you can write that you did. But see, that's the whole issue. Nobody cares about what you wrote because people don't like to read. And by seeing a photo, they are instantly more engaged and they realize that you took the extra effort. And that makes the story of your case study a lot easier to follow. If your product is a little bit too abstract so you really can't go there, you can snap a photo of yourself on a blank wall and just use it that way, or cut yourself from that background and place yourself on another one. So if you're making an app for NASA, for example, you don't have to actually go to their launch pads. You can just cut yourself from the background and place yourself on a royalty-free photo of one of their launches. Just make sure you're not abusing copyright here. Some people are also pretty camera shy and they don't really want to pose on camera. In that case, here's a really nice example from a case study by Chris where he used those animojis or whatever they're called, those 3D avatars that almost every social media and service right now allows you to make very easily. So you can make a representation of yourself in a couple poses and just use that. And by the way, in Chris's case, also the header is really nice and it's very nice visual break from the rest of the case study because it's instantly engaging. So experiment with that visual storytelling for your case studies. They show that you're both creative and you're not afraid to step outside of the comfort zone and step a little bit out of the box. Add some really good designs to that and you're gonna rock your portfolio and your job interviews. Time flies, right? That was pretty fast 4.5 hours. I'm very happy that you watched this far and I really appreciate you being a part of this channel. Leave a comment, tell me what you thought about it and tell others about it because yeah, we should share that knowledge, you know? We should just kind of help more and more people to reach their dreams. This is what I'm here for. Have a beautiful day.